All right. Let's go ahead and get kicked off for day 2. Welcome everyone in person. If you're out in the hall, come on in, and online, welcome back. We're so excited to have you all here to kick off day 2. Becca, what are your thoughts rocking in day 2?
Well, my shoes are tied, so right off the bat, I am starting off better than yesterday. No, we had some amazing talks yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to everything we're going to learn today.
Rick, what do you think?
I haven't stumbled or anything yet, so. And
So
we had
far,
a little
so good.
Barry to get us going, so kudos to the music.
We had a little
this
Barry
morning.
White in the room, just kind of easing into day 2. I like it. Well, we know some folks are just joining us for the first time online or in person, so we wanted to go over a couple housekeeping items real quick. Code of conduct. We all know harboring an inclusive environment is really important here. Be awesome to each other. If you see someone not being awesome, please let us know. You can email us at conduct@sans.org or in the Slack channel, report conduct. So let us know if someone is not adhering to that code of conduct. Speaking of Slack, that's a place to be. We saw Slack hopping yesterday. There are channels for all kinds of things, announcements, discussion, right? There's that channel for questions for speakers as well. I saw a lot of speakers were able to go in there after their talks and actually reply, have some great discussions. So please, if you haven't joined that already, go ahead and join that. The summiturl.com/CTI Summit Slack. Also, if you have technical issues. And good news, some people are like, I love the Slack. I want all the links. Well, the Slack is actually going to be open through next Monday, which is kind of nice. Usually we close it like an hour after.
That's true, right?
Yeah. And then one thing I wanted to note, we actually added a new channel for jobs, channel 10-jobs on attendee request. If you have jobs to offer that are open or you are looking, dedicated channel for you all. I know the tech industries have been hit by layoffs pretty hard, so wanted to open that up as well. So that is Slack. We got discussion on Twitter too, right, Rick?
Yeah, Twitter, the hashtag CTI Summit, some good activity there. Also, I've been posting links and things there, so it's another place that you can go, which will last obviously a little bit long. Well, as long as Twitter stays in business, those links will still be up there.
Ouch.
So
I'm going down with the ship, Rick. I'm going down with it.
I'm still using it.
Awesome. And if you weren't here yesterday, Ashton.
Yeah, I think every one of the speakers that had one of these done was super excited about it. It's, again, I said it yesterday, it's one of my favorite parts there. So if you're just joining us today, you get the live drawing in flight, captures key concepts and principles. It's kind of a, I don't know, Cliff Notes version of a talk in a visual. I'm very visual, so I really like it. That's how I learn.
Yeah, and we had some questions yesterday. Everyone's like, I really want a copy of these. These are amazing. If you head to the Slack channel number 3, graphic recordings, we're posting the graphic recordings a couple minutes after they had been completed. So an awesome feature. Overview of agenda for today. We don't have a second track like we did yesterday, but we do have something I'm really excited about this afternoon. We have Simeon, Greg, and Emily. They're all at Microsoft, and they're here in person only to talk about a really awesome open source project called KC7 that kind of enables people to learn about doing intrusion analysis without having to actually have access to that kind of data. So that's going to be awesome. In person only. Online folks, don't worry. I'll drop a link. It's an open source project, so you can also check that out. And there's a live stream you can check out instead. But for in-person folks, that's going to be around the corner. Do bring a laptop, and highly encourage you, right? This afternoon, we have options. We have talks in here. Rick and Becca are going to hold it down in here, and then the workshop around the corner. So got another full day of talks.
And we do have a solutions track today. So if one of the reasons you came or attended online to CTI Summit is because you're really looking for the tools that are going to help your team succeed, hop over to the solutions track. You can register via the Summit page. If you've already registered, there will be a link to join the track. If you have not registered, it'll be grayed out until you actually register. And they will collect information. You'll opt in to sharing your information with the different vendors who are part of the solutions track. But it can be a really great way to learn about what's new in this space, what people are developing, and find things that can really, really help your team succeed.
And I was checking out the agenda. There are actually some really solid speakers who I think have done main talks at the summit before. So should be really a solid option, just virtual option for you.
And we've been getting a lot of questions about presentation. They will be posted to the Summit Access page. that you'll, once you're logged in with your SANS account, it can take up to a week to post the presentation. So I know a lot of people after watching the presentations yesterday, right away wanted to be able to
Very
have
eager.
access to go through the slides, take better notes, things, you heard that you maybe missed. They will be there, we promise. And I think that will hopefully, I don't know if we send a note out when they're posted live.
Yeah,
but
just check it.
just, yeah,
Yeah.
keep checking. They will be
Refresh
there.
that, hit that F5 button. All right. And evaluation surveys, Rebecca, feedback, part of the Intel cycle.
Absolutely, absolutely. We love to get your feedback on how the summit's going, what talks were, you found to be really, really insightful. Get both a score, but then also provide some context. But as analysts, we love context. And so please, if you have a chance, hop over to the URL. The day one URL is still active. We had about 400 people submit surveys. We would love to have a few more for yesterday as well. And we're hoping that today, just take a few moments out of your time and go in and let us know how we're doing. Let the speakers know how they did. It's really, really helpful.
We do use that for future summits. I remember it was a year or two ago, like pre-pandemic, I don't know, 10 years ago, something like that. People said like, we want more case studies. So we have more case studies. We responded to that. And we have a great one on Luna Moth coming up. today that I'm excited. Workshops. Yeah. Trying different things.
So this is a way to help kind of shape what you see in future year summits.
Excellent. Well, now we have a slide change over. We're going to try something a little bit different. Audience participation time. So bring up a device, folks at home, right? You have your machine, laptop, tablet, a phone will work as well. We're going to do a little pop quiz. See if y'all were paying attention yesterday. And to do this, you're going to go to slido.com and enter that code, or you can scan the QR code. Is it malware, Rebecca?
It is not malware.
It is not malware. I
But Tony
promise
could
you.
investigate it if it was.
Yes, we have a lot of folks who can investigate it. But go to
If it was, it would
slido.com.
be Katie Nichols malware. And I'm actually okay with that.
I don't even know what that would be, but challenge accepted. So go to that slido.com, enter that code, or scan the QR code now. And then what's going to happen is as we roll through these quiz questions on your device, it's going to bring up the question and you can respond to it. So it's also on the extra slides. So if you didn't already bring it up, no worries. Let's start out easy. Right, Chris Sanders yesterday kicked us off. Rebecca, is being an analyst hard?
I don't want to give the answer away. There you go.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Would you go yes or yes, definitely?
Well, I would have chosen secret option 3, which is damn hard. But
Oh, damn hard. Okay. So,
I would have to go with yes, definitely.
yes, definitely. What do you think, Rick?
I think so.
Think so?
Oh, some people just changed their answers.
So yes, definitely is winning. You might recall Chris kicked us off yesterday. So, okay, getting the feel of it, right? Again, you can join with that, scanning that code if you haven't already. This one's a little harder. What does TERC stand for? TERC. This was something that was in Chris's keynote as well.
Maybe it's not that hard.
Threats, eviction, reconnaissance, compromise. I don't know. That seems pretty good to me. You evict adversaries. What do you think, Rick?
I mean, I think I'm going to go with the 84% of people here.
I like trust, equality, readiness, and compassion.
Yeah, thank you. I came up with
Nice.
that at midnight last night. Yeah, compassion. That's what the C is. All right, y'all listened. It is timeline, event, relationship, characteristics. Well done. This was one Sherman talked about for both consumption and production. And this is actually a little bit teaser, right? You might recall Rebecca and I have authored the CTI survey. We're curious to know, you or your team, do you do more consumption or production on your team? People are voting. We'll see if the answers change, but we got a lot of consumption here. Are you surprised to see that, Rebecca?
I'm not. I've always been of the mindset that there are far more consumers of threat intel than there are producers.
Yeah.
I do think that there are a lot more folks who produce it, maybe in the way Sherman talked about, where it's almost like self-dissemination, or they're producing it in order to help a team who might not actually think of it as true production, but they're still the bulk of what they're doing is still consumption. So I'm actually interested to see how this pans out against our CTI survey.
It'd be interesting when you cut it by size of organization and vertical, because I think that's where you start to see some trends. Like financial services, I think they're doing a lot more production. Defense industrial base, obviously.
Yep. All right, moving right on. Bletchley Park. You might remember Sierra's awesome talk. What's one way Intel analysts at Bletchley Park recorded their findings during World War II?
Pew pew maps.
Whoever is voting Pew Pew Maps, I'm gonna find
That
you.
was War Games. That was, I don't know if anybody watched War Games we had at the in the event last night, but I definitely saw some pew pew maps in there.
Yeah, too soon. It's always too soon for a Pew Pew map. If you don't know what a Pew Pew map is, it's
You're
those
lucky.
maps. You're lucky. It's like the little lasers go from point to point. You should never use them because it's about geolocation of IP. They're misleading. Rant. So yes, y'all might remember actually one of my favorite things on Ashton's graphic recording was little index cards. So I don't know, maybe someone goes back to old school index cards, even though MISP and carrier pigeons are great too.
They may have used carrier pigeons.
I know. I realized after I put that, I was like, that could be misleading. It could be both. All right, ransomware. We had an awesome talk from Drew. This is a open entry, free text entry. It'll make a word cloud. What is a ransomware group that has rebranded? We got a lot of votes for Conti.
FireEye.
Wow.
Somebody just won the internet.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Twitter, that's another good one. Spice Girls. All right. I mean, Spice Girls, do we know that's not a ransomware group name? I don't know.
Let's see what else we've got on here.
Not yet, at least.
Conti, clearly on a lot of people's minds. I agree. They've
Twitter.
definitely splintered off. But
Leap.
Black Cat, what else we got? Dark Side, Alf V. Redline is a stealer, but you remember we did talk about Redline. We'll hit that. So excellent. Lots of good answers here, but yeah.
LastPass.
There's some good ones. Y'all are clever this morning. I like it. Y'all are awake. Very good. All right. This is a framework one and the font is small. I know I give everyone a hard time. You can look at it more closely on your device and I'll highlight, okay, this has 4 different hexagons: actor, action, asset, and attribute. Here's your question. What framework is represented in this graphic? The hexagon model, Varus, MITRE ATT&CK, or MISP? Oh man. I'm going to give you a hint. I made up the hexagon model. It's not a real thing. I really hope Sergio's watching and I'm kind of making fun of the diamond model. Rebecca, maybe not a lot of people are familiar with this one.
No, and I'm old, I guess. Okay, so Varus. Now you've told
I gave
made up the
hint,
hexagon
yeah.
model. Yeah, no, this is Varus, which is a framework that's been around quite some time.
We didn't cover it last week on our.
We didn't
webinar.
cover it. No,
Didn't. Maybe we should have.
You will know it though.
Yes.
You will know it because of. Go
Well, it
ahead.
was used to create the DBIR. So how many people have read the
Verizon
Data
data
Breach
breach investigations report. Yeah.
So that is the framework that they use to capture and categorize incidents, and it's based off of those 4 attributes.
Excellent. Well, maybe you learned something during the quiz. Although now I kind of want to make the hexagon
should make the
model.
hexagon
I don't know if
model.
anyone has good ideas, like put that in Slack.
Actually, there's a previous talk, what David Clayton did several years ago. It was remote, but he was basically using the Varus model for categorizing and then doing insights and intelligence reporting. So yeah, we do videos available online on the SANS YouTube channel.
Yeah, absolutely. So always good to go back and check that. It is actually a really useful framework I found if you're trying to figure out how you should break down different aspects of incidents. So worth checking out Varus. All right. Someone mentioned Redline earlier. Here's a question from Tony's talk on malware. Which of these is not a malware family that has been observed along with the Cypher IT cryptor? I did like a quiz bowl in high school, and I don't know if anyone else did this, like super nerdy. There was a person in the room, you had like a team, and whenever there was a not in the question, you had someone who was assigned to jump up and say not. Did anyone else do quiz bowl? No. Wow. Okay, cool.
Sounds really cool, though.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks,
a
Becca.
good pro tip.
Yeah. Pro tip. So not.
Was that person you, Katie?
It might have been. It might have been. Wow, y'all paid attention. Someone noted that in the closed captioning, right, that Tony was talking about async rat. Closed caption is async rat, which I think is actually a better term for that malware family because async rat kind of sucks. So yeah, Tony talked about a bunch of different stealers, right? Badar, Redline, CryptBot, right? Observed along with that Cypher IT crypter. So what you thought was one thing is actually two. Excellent. Async Brat, if you want to get that trending on Mastodon or Twitter, go for it. All right, this is an open answer. We had a few talks yesterday, both in track 1 and track 2. Sierra talked about, right, measuring success. And then I forget who the speaker was in track 2. Open answer. What's one way to measure the success of a CTI program? Feedback, detection. Yeah, and actually Joe Slowick's talk, that would be
I think Joe put that answer in.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, so priority intel requirements, detections. It depends. Well done. Y'all were paying attention there. So we have a lot of votes for detection. You hire more people. Okay.
I like happy. Calls back to Sierra's
It
talk
does.
about it.
I mean, that might be like
Yeah.
tongue in cheek, but no, I mean, that's one measure of the success of your program is whether or not your people actually like what they're doing and like working together.
Yep. That was one of my takeaways from Sierra's talk was like, how do you talk about burnout? Right. That was a question. And I think I still need to print out those questions.
I did just see DOJ indictments, and that's like a really high bar just to measure yourself. Just keep that in mind.
I mean, we're all not all going to do that. So what's a penguin test? I don't know what the penguin test is, but please elaborate in Slack. I'm curious. A lot of beer, a lot of detection. Oh, I love that. Analysts keep speaking up. That was something from Sierra's talk too.
Pizza party that might have been. I told some of my PTA moms to join the summit and learn more about what I do. I feel like that might have been them.
All right. I think we're deteriorating here. So inclusive though, detection, feedback, people don't quit. Ask Chat GPT. All right. This is a visual one. Again, don't give me a hard time for small fonts. You can look at it on your device. There's a little code snippet from a slide yesterday. Right, this code represents what Linux threat that targets ESXi, right? Some key things, right? See path to crypt, recursively crypts files and a path or extension. Here are your options. Got Lockbit, Symbiote, Orbit, or Chaos. All of those were mentioned during that Linux talk yesterday. Looks like folks paid attention. Lockbit is winning. Lockbit ransomware, right? The little crypt piece should be a clue there. So well done. Lots of different details about Linux malware, different threats. And we got some comments yesterday that we don't often hear that many Linux talks. So good to have that in as well. Thinking of John Doyle's talk, he gave a link to a simple tool you can use to track your progress, remember your accomplishments. And I don't know if anyone has the answer, knows the movie that inspired answer number B, answer B, Burn Book. Yeah, we got some, yes, Mean Girls fans in the audience. Excellent. It's not Burn Book, but if you chose that answer, I respect that. So yeah, brag sheet. And this is an awesome link that John dropped in after the talk, right? Keeping track of things you've done. This is one of the recommendations I always give to people I'm mentoring, because especially if you have an annual performance cycle, you're going to forget.
It makes it so easy.
You're going to forget by the end of the year what you did that was awesome today. So. All right. This is a tough one from Lena's talk over in track 2. Who is this alleged IRGC actor? It might be Ryan Kovar. I'm not sure. One of our advisory board members. Let's see if anyone was paying. Ooh. Ryan says he only went to Tehran once, right? Absolutely. Y'all got it. You're paying attention. The others actually are actors who are mentioned on her slides as well.
Well, except for Ryan Kovar.
I'll accept the 6% who said Ryan Kovar just to troll him early in the morning.
Low capability for that threat actor, though.
All right. Here's a spicy one. What is the most useful framework or model? I didn't include the hexagon model. I should add that in, the new one. Yes, I was hoping It Depends would win. If you were forced to choose one that's not It Depends, though, Rebecca, out of Miter Attack, Diamond Model, Kill Chain, Pyramid of Pain, which one would you choose? Gun to your head. Got to choose. Excel is not an option, but I like it. Rick?
Sorry, I was taking some time.
No.
I would pick Miter just because I feel like even if I had to like turn it into a hexagon because I didn't have those other models available to me at that time, MITRE ATT&CK would give me a lot more building blocks to do it.
I like
But
it.
I love that I don't have to choose.
Yeah.
Can't believe you would say that with David right there. I mean,
He's
he
looking
looks
you in the
visibly
face,
upset.
David Bianco. It's okay, David.
I would be mentally sorting the MITRE ATT&CK framework into the pyramid of pain in my head.
This is
Oh.
this is a false dichotomy. So I like that most of you chose it depends. MITRE ATT&CK, the leading behind it depends. So it always depends, I think, is the takeaway here. But I just wanted to like throw some
Yes,
spice
all
in.
models, you will find a time where they are most useful for the way you work, what you're working on, what your team is working on. And so it really, really does depend.
Absolutely. And I'm sure we will hear about those models today. All the quiz questions we've got for y'all. Thanks for playing along. Well done. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and get kicked off for the day. Our first speaker is a member of our advisory board, also a repeat speaker. So if you've seen any of his talks before, you know they're pretty awesome. One of the things that as we are writing reports, we actually teach this in Forensics 578, right? Think about telling a story. Sometimes it's really boring if you just go through the details or, you know, all of this information, but telling a story is so much easier for people to follow along. And so Gert-Jan's going to be talking a little bit about, right, restructuring content, telling stories with CTI. So please join me in welcoming Gert-Jan.
Hello. Come on, a bit of enthusiasm. Come on. Hello. Hey, there we go. Hi, Mom. No, I'm kidding. She's not watching. Story time. I got a call last Tuesday. Friend of mine, security director at a Fortune 500 mobility company, and he called me and said, I was obviously, as all of us, sitting upstairs in my attic, you know, behind the computer, blah, blah, blah. And he told me, like, Gert-Jan, I have an issue with the, that even though CTI exists for a decade, still my teams have difficulties in translating threat to risk and explaining that to me properly. I was like, no, is it really? And I'm like, okay, go on, go on. And he tells me like, yeah, we're also using this thing called attack. Looks great, but I have no idea how to present it to my peers. I'm like, okay, that's interesting as well. That's interesting as well. And what I told him then is what I will tell you today in the next 30 minutes. And it goes a little bit like this. And I think, personally, I believe that we in the industry have a bit of an issue with storytelling. Telling a story about a threat and how to nuance it correctly and articulate correctly. What does it mean? What does it mean for everyone? What does it mean for the different stakeholders? And one of the things I found really useful, and that is what I explained to my friend, is that you could use things like MITRE ATT&CK, structured content in general, be way more effective in a concept I like to call threat-informed storytelling. And obviously, this is not easy because otherwise we wouldn't be talking about these things. We would already be doing it, right? But that's what I'm going to be. This is the main takeaway. And all I'd like you to remember of me is that I'm a practitioner. I set up my own company focusing specifically on cyber threat intelligence advisory. And we help any company basically in building up their capability and understanding what is going on and making that actionable for their teams. I probably like a bit of Lego. You'll probably see that as well. If I was anything else, I would be a librarian. Fun fact. So, right, a bit of context setting. I personally believe that threat-informed risk management is actually quite hard. Risk management is hard, but doing that based on threat correctly, that is even harder sometimes. And I see it as a balancing scale. A balancing scale that, you know, and probably all of you also in the digital crowd, you probably have witnessed, you know, the situation where you're doing your work and then all of a sudden somebody calls you and says, hey, what is this little thing? And you're like, yeah, okay, it's not a problem. Yeah, okay. But that is the kind of balancing act I see every single day where we balance out our understanding of the capability of an actor or whatever, or doing a lot of effort in structuring and standardizing it, but then balancing that with operational priorities, new incidents coming in. And the second thing, I'd like to also address the Lego elephant in the room. For those of you who know this is the Lego UCS Millennium Falcon. It is one of the most biggest, expensive sets of Lego on the planet. And why did I think that? Because I think it's sometimes a good metaphor, not always, but sometimes a good metaphor of what CTI actually is. It is a very costly effort to do it right. It takes time, it takes people, as we talked about yesterday, right? It takes people, process, technology to get it right. But if you put it in your collection, man, you have a good collection. You know, if you have it, call me. I like to see it. But what I'd like to emphasize is not that the Lego is cool, but I like to emphasize that it's very hard to do all of these things that are associated with one big object, and make it sure that it fits into your collection. That is hard. And what you kind of sometimes see is that by that balancing scale I just mentioned, is that it's difficult to get all the things that make a CTI team successful, to do all of those things right. And what I'm usually seeing is that teams then excel in one of these areas and then are basically so successful that they can't do the rest. And that is an interesting balance I find very interesting. Now, where is this going into? So I think, again, I believe that we sometimes struggle. I don't believe it sometimes. I think we always struggle as an industry with storytelling. And I think that especially in the threat informed aspect, I think there's a couple things we can do better. Coming back to my friend, these are some of the things I told him as well. At first, I personally love this slide because it helps me start the whole discussion about a threat, right? Do you even understand how people are talking about risk in your organization? This might seem obvious for most, but I can assure you that it's surely not. Every single day, every single week, I'm having discussions about these kind of topics to articulate what makes up a risk and how does threat equate to that. But my key takeaway here is that it doesn't matter which one you use, it matters that you understand it so that you can talk the same language. That is really important. Now, if we go into threat and try to understand or explain that to somebody who isn't even closely aware of what threat is, then I usually use a visual like this. You have an actor, has a capability and intent, you have a company. If there's an opportunity at that company, then if those collide, then you have a threat. Risk reasons inside out, threat reasons outside in. I keep it simple because usually this works best when I try to explain this particular bit. So one of the things you probably notice here as well is David's pyramid. Mean time to a pyramid of pain is probably now good, right? But what I like to say here is that if you go into the capability intent route, it's sometimes very difficult to explain that to people who really are not doing that kind of thing, right? And then all of a sudden you try to translate that into more tangible stuff, which could be attributed groups. People have a real motivation to target you, or yes or no. But also you have campaigns. And instead of just saying, hey, the pyramid represents things that could change often or are difficult to change, I usually use it in a different fashion. I use it in that fashion, but I also use it in a way to articulate like campaigns use TTPs, but they can change often and they can use multiple of them. And the thing is, this is exactly where you see the discussion happening from, hey, these are recognizable things. You know, these are the things the analysts actually recognize because they understand the below terms. The above terms are sometimes difficult. But it's about translating from fluffy intel content to nice and tangible stuff. And this is where you see structured content arising. Now, this is an overview, a simple overview. I tried to look at everything structured content related and came up with this. To be honest, I'm always lost in the weeds. If you would really look at this and think, hey, what are all the structured content options available? There's so many things. But I'd like to boil it down into something simple, and that's these three buckets. And the first one is you could actually look at it like, hey, we have certain frameworks and knowledge bases, and they use schemas and machine readable formats to encode everything. And what that basically means, just one example, is that you have attack. They structure all their data in sticks, and they encode everything in JSON. Just an example. I'm not going through all of these, and that is not, by the way, not the purpose of this talk, because I could go on for days. But the purpose, I think, is the most difficult, is to actually use this effectively in a team, right? So this is an interesting, I think is an awesome example. I made this with my friends of breakfast, and the idea is that this is just a briefing we give every single day, right? As a CTI analyst. But as you can see, that does not necessarily relate right to everything, right? And the issue of that is that if you try to translate that into structured content, it becomes quite difficult. And I think this is one of the issues where I see our Intel field struggling, is that how do you go from the qualitative content to the structured content? And I personally find it very interesting. I find this very fascinating. And for example, in this case, you could, for example, map the next steps. You could map certain activities, certain observables, but you cannot map an exact assessment. You have to put it in the description bar of, for example, a sticks schema. That is not really useful. And even so, the teams I work with, they ask me different questions. They don't ask me, hey, give me that nice briefing. They want to get more tangible stuff and understand how it relates to each other. And this is an overview of a friend of mine who made this and he presented about this in a conference last year. But what I actually want to illustrate here is that we usually give the thing in the orange box, but what people actually want to know is, what do we need to do about it? And that is pretty difficult. And now if you translate that into code, then it looks like something like this, which is absolutely unreadable for the normal person, right? But I think it's an interesting conundrum. And where I think this should be going towards is, we have these difficulties in getting more and more PDF documents, getting more and more emails, right? I struggle with that. Probably more of us struggle with that. And I like to reimagine that as say, hey, could we actually break it down into basically different chunks of information that we could, if we query a different question, then we could get a different output. Obviously, this is a real simplified example, but you probably get the point. And this is the kind of things I'd like to reimagine. Now, obviously, I told my friend, which I mentioned in the beginning, I told him like, hey, so how are we going to do this? Or do you want me to show you an example? And he said, sure, let me show you. So what I'm about to show you is more an example of how I do this. This is not meant to be the example. This is meant to show my example. And I encourage you to find your own examples and try something, experiment, and let me know how that works, right? So in essence, I like my Intel deliverables to look something like this. Obviously with not visually like this, but the concept of storytelling tells you that this is about a penguin, creating a penguin, right? It tells you everything you need to know about what is needed for that. It tells you the sequence. It tells you exactly how the different things fit together. And I find that a great metaphor to say, hey, this is how your Intel product fits in your team, in your organization. Obviously, it's a simplified example. It's not that simple, but this is the things I'm aiming towards. Now, what I did is I created a sort of like a framework aspect, a framework concept, which I call scenarios. I published it on GitHub, and people are free to grab it, free to use it. But my idea was, hey, let me just figure out how I can use it. And the reason why I created my own thing, because I wasn't really able to use all the different frameworks, existing frameworks together in a narrative format to explain to my stakeholders, like, how do I articulate threat to risk? So what I'm doing, I create a scenario format. I'm interlinking that with different existing structured threat content models, creating codified versions of that. And I collaborate with academia to extend this into the existing models, right? Because I don't want to create yet another framework, because there are like a lot, but I think it's really useful to get that going. And I'm actually trialing this right now in the private sector to see what works and get that going in real life. And how that then works for me is then if I actually are able to articulate, hey, this is what it's about. This is what this particular problem set is about. Then I can articulate, these are the components that are associated with that, right? What does that mean? That means that you have different blocks. You have white blocks, black blocks, small blocks, large blocks, wheels, etc. But you know the differences. And this is the kind of thing where the alignment of storytelling comes in, right? And in particular, the scenario, for example, I'm able to tag and annotate everything so that I can actually investigate faster. Now, even so, you probably have seen these kind of things, a playbook, an adversary playbook. I thought about this topic as well for many years, but the thing I found is that it's not really sometimes easy to explain simply, this is what group A does, and give an actor profile, and then translate that into how does that affect the teams in practice and have that discussion, right? But it is quite important. And why is that important? Because as you all know, any actor or red team or whatever, they basically find loopholes, right? They find a loophole to say, hey, how do we exploit penguin feet? Then we should probably start by, exploring the white block and then the black blocks, etc. But knowing that sequence and knowing those components, that helps you to actually understand. And you need to tag it all together. Now, thirdly, what I always use, and that's what I also told my friend, is a narrative-based explanation, a narrative-based context of what is going on. And this is very, very underappreciated in our industry. Why is it underappreciated? Because one, this takes time, and two, people sometimes want simple answers. But the reality is, it's not that simple, right? Because if you want to know where exactly, where an exploit attempt happens, or if you get a report where certain findings are, and you get an explanation like, hey, we're exploiting penguin feet. Yeah, we did it by doing 1, 2, and 3. Click it all together, little loophole. But the discussion that is not often happening is, where are we defending? Is that happened in the latter stage of an attack chain? But where do we want to defend? Is that exactly, fixing it over there? Is that actually useful? And maybe we should fix it over there. Did the problem arise at stage 4, 3, or even 1, right? But that discussion does not happen often. It does not happen explicit. And narratives helps you to actually articulate that better. Now, one thing I also use, because I'm doing this kind of thing, that also helps me to analyze things faster. If I have a structure in place, then I can actually use it to search through all these scenarios. What I showed my friend is like, okay, so you're a CISO at a certain company, and you talk to me about, let's say, wipers, for example. That's the example on screen. Now, there's this tool called Obsidian. It's free, it's open source. Anyone can actually use it. But you could just load in the scenarios and you could start doing this now. It doesn't cost anything, only your time, right? But the thing is, I was able to pop up like, hey, this is my understanding of the latest malware scene, or the wiper scene, and this is what has happened because it was all in the scenario. And I could be able to explain explicitly, hey, these are the steps people usually take. And that is also, that just takes time, but it saves you so much time. I think one of the things that is also very underappreciated sometimes is what you all already have in your organizations. We don't, sorry, my tip, friends, we don't need the more expensive technology, or we don't need the most expensive technological solutions. We just need smart people and good process. That's my opinion, right? But sometimes automation is really needed, right? But why I'm asking you is to be creative. This is an example of Jira Insights. And this is a asset management tool. Asset management, yes, an asset management tool. But everyone on the planet uses Jira, right? Maybe a show of hands. Who uses Jira? That's actually a lot. It's like 30% or something. And I think it is not just a ticketing system, it's also a knowledge-based system, right? You can also use the asset management function. But you could also repurpose it, and then you can actually, if you just change the labels, all of a sudden you have a threat tracking concept where you could relate threat to risk, to control, and then actually you can assess how effective your controls are. This is very underappreciated in our scene sometimes. We usually talk about the details, but we don't necessarily talk about how that rolls up into our organization. My key takeaway for all of you is look at your own team, look at your own technology stack and be creative. If there's one person who's a very seasoned in Power BI, hey, have a chat with that person. Or with Jira, find something like this. Identify how your stakeholders are working, how they are operating, most importantly, where they are reporting into, and then you can link everything you do into that. That sometimes saves you a lot of time. Now, where is this all going, right? We talked about structured content. And structured content it was just one slide as I just presented it. And that is maybe an oversimplification, but I just want to say there's a lot of things going on in that area, but there's a few that stand out. And as we just saw in the quiz, there's only a couple that stand out, the hexagon model in particular, right? But what I'd like to also give you a bit of a takeaway is that there's also stuff happening that is actually taking all of that and going beyond that. And there's this model for workflows called Cacao. I'm actually pretty interested in this kind of stuff. And why am I so interested in this stuff? Because it not just allows me to translate what is happening, like an incident or anything, and translate that into an attack sequence, and translate the attack sequence into smaller procedural level chunks of code, which then my adversary emulation teams can then reproduce in an environment, but it tells me the entire sequence, right? And what where this industry is moving towards is that you now are able to not just say, hey, this is the attack playbook, but this is also simultaneously the defense playbook. And this is new, this is novel in terms of what is going on. But where I think this should be going is, for those of you who still remember the movie Minority Report, 20 years ago, right, where you have hand gestures where you could go through the data really effectively. I think that is where we should be going. And to be honest, we're not that far off from that. But the only way how we can do that is that by standardizing the research we're doing right now, making it understandable for also the machines that help us, the protocols, the algorithms, right? Last few days, we talked a lot about, with Beers, right? About things like certain machine learning models. But I'd like to emphasize that these are just tools to do our work faster, right? And especially if we get into these areas and we are able to, instead of just making a good incident report, if we're able to also codify that, then we can share it exponentially with different teams, faster, better, etc. And technology is hitting us fast, right? Technology is grabbing us from left to right, and we need to be ready. And they're way better. Skynet is way better than reading PDF documents probably than we are. So we better prep for that. No, I'm kidding. All I'm saying is this is the kind of area where I expect this all to go towards, that an area where the different existing frameworks collide into one, but focused on telling the whole story. Now, I'm going a bit faster than I was expecting, which is fine. That leaves some time for questions, but I'd like to send you off with a couple of key aspects which I personally think are very important. My main takeaway for you today is start doing this. Start thinking about this. The moment you get home, for those of you at home, like you can start today, you can start right now, right? But I'd like you to think about, hey, how can we do something different with our existing data set? Can we codify things, right? Can we maybe, instead of writing all sorts of reports and emailing it out to our teams, maybe we can already start codifying certain things and make it scalable internally, There's probably a lot of people who have some issues with actual sharing and telling the threat story from one team to the other, right? And this actually helps you to then say, well, detection engineering teams, here are the procedures we actually need to investigate, and they're tagged to these particular techniques. And maybe risk management teams, these techniques are associated with these particular set of risks you are tracking, right? And I'd like to also emphasize that, people come to me, including my friend, and they said, yeah, but I'm not mature. And I'm like, no, that is not correct. Even so, people who call themselves less mature teams, they are more effective in adopting the change associated with these kind of things, right? And that's simply because it's much easier. They're sometimes afraid that, why should we do it? Second, and that is the key with this whole storytelling thing, is that you can align with the priorities of your stakeholders. This particular bit of storytelling is about stakeholder engagement and telling the right story with the right people, right? And making sure that people know if they want to know more details, then they can go into more details, right? But also being able to summarize upwards and actually understand what is going on. And I think there's, I also touched upon this, that it is sometimes needed to actually have machine readable sharing. Things like MISP, right? We cannot live without it anymore. Full stop, you know? And I think this is the most important element, talking the right language with the right stakeholders. Finally, reimagine the approach you're currently having to storytelling. And this may sound so simple. I'm not expecting you to write the Disney products, by the way. So don't come back at me and say, hey, I'm making this thing. What I'm trying to tell you is that using a narrative format in intelligent deliverables is very effective. And especially if you don't have a lot of time to explain to your boss why one thing is more important than the other. If we're talking about certain stealers or whatever, and if you try to contextualize that in the current threat landscape, that is sometimes really hard, but it helps to tell a story. And the best part is they will remember it even better. Now, what will this all result into? It is quite simple. It will allow you to explain. You talk about penguins with your executives, and not just penguins, not crocodiles. No, mutually exclusive, collectively exhaustive. You're talking about penguins, the right things. With the managers or people who actually need more understanding of the context, you could talk about sequences, right? You could talk about how one thing fits to the other, how it's all compiled together. And finally, talking about the detail-oriented folks, how does the little things fit together and how does that work? I'd like to leave it at that and open it up for questions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that, Kurt-Jan. Appreciate it. I say Jira, but I respect the Jira and I kind of like that better. It sounds like a gyro, however you say that.
Jira. So good.
Potato.
Exactly.
So cool. We do have time for a couple questions. If anyone in the room has a question, we can also run a mic to you as well. So I want to start with one that I actually have. So you mentioned all these different standards, right? And Cacao, I think, has promise. Why do you think the community struggles so much to adopt like a single comprehensive standard or framework?
I will not repeat that.
We had a comment, vendors in the room. No, I think it's more than that, right?
So how I started in this whole experience, again, what I'm presenting today is just research. It is maybe not right. It is maybe not 100% okay. But this is just my journey and figuring out some of the issues I'm having with applying, for example, something like attack in a daily basis, right? And one of the issues I'm having is like, how do you choose one over the other, as you just mentioned? And I think it's not that easy because I'm balancing out some of the discussions I'm having with risk management teams to also with my own CTI team, and then also with the teams actually absorbing our content that we create. And, you know, I'm not going to say it depends, but what I'm saying is it is always a balancing act, and you need to know the variables. You need to know how your team is producing, something like what Sherman mentioned about yesterday. You also need to understand what are my stakeholders actually using to communicate with one another. Maybe that could be technology. Maybe that could be a process. And thirdly, it could also be that you just want to do it, right? You just want to push a certain set of standards and that go all the way. And that sometimes leads to conflict. And we do not sometimes like conflict, right? Just putting it out there. And my whole point, to wrap it up, my whole point is also that by using this narrative format, you can overcome some of these challenges by tying it all together.
Absolutely fair. So we had a question coming in. I think this was on your Jira graph visualization, which I didn't realize I could actually do that. So Laura asking, That's a pretty cool tool. Have you ever used that to convey information to kind of higher up leaders? Like, how could something like that be used to communicate up?
I think, let me just start by saying that we are currently as an industry, not vendors, not individual teams, but we lack the ability to present this kind of data correctly in a readable format that we as analysts can understand it, that our bosses can understand it, and even the executives who only have like 30 seconds for me to explain what is going on. We currently lack the technology, maybe we should call technology, to actually visualize that. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at what is existent in the current tech stack, or what is people using, what is the processes, Excel or whatever they're using, I'm using it, right? And if it works, it works. So that's unique for everyone. What I'm trying to say is that this is just me trying some things, right? And you could do this yourself, and especially with something like Jira, it is just a matter of just trial and error. And I'm sorry to say this, but it is actually that simple. Just try something, see what your boss is using, and this is come back to the question. This is what I'm trying to do. Because if my narrative connects with how the risk management teams are actually explaining their story, if my threat intel, my quarterly threat landscape aligns exactly with that particular bit they're talking about, then we're talking all the same language, right? And if that then goes into the board reporting, then I know that there's a clear line between board reporting, which is one sentence, right? This is always how it happens, one sentence, and then a summary in my manager's journal, and then more details for the technical teams. And that is how I use that in board in management reporting, how I apply that.
I think that's solid advice. Sometimes you just have to throw it at the wall and see what sticks, right? Like pasta when it's done. Just
Exactly.
try it out. Like, hey, do you like this visualization? Does that work for you?
Exactly.
So on the kind of topic of languages, really interesting question coming in, talking about how, in CTI, we need to have an international focus, right?
Mhm.
We're from different countries. I think maybe we have different backgrounds, of course. With that need of CTI to be international, how do these standards kind of work across languages, organizational cultures, like regional cultures, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a very cool question. So I think that in our trade, diversity, and let's not make it into a buzzword, but I think that diversity and having different people from different cultures is key in any team. I think it's one of the most important teams to have different creativity, different mindsets. I really enjoy building teams that have different ways of thinking. But one of the cool things, and maybe a bit of an anecdote to yesterday's talk about Bletchley Park, is that now we can actually talk machine language to each other, and I can pick up the phone and call my friend in New York, and we're on the phone, and I'm thinking like, oh, that's actually pretty cool, and we can talk about the same things. But if we now take it one step further and share, we're already doing that. We're using MISP, we're using the schemas in MISP to actually share everything instantly, and we don't have to talk the same language. The only thing we have to make sure of is that the machines talk the same language, right? So I think that is where this discussion is mostly going. But I'd like to emphasize that diversity, you could picture it conceptually also, that you need to make sure that the machine or automation in general is also part of your team. And that is maybe a controversial thought, but that is one thing you should think about, because it also is one of the entities in your team to actually work and make things go faster. And the differences between your teams helps you to be creative, and just helps you to do sometimes things differently. Think out of the box. I like that.
Yeah, great point. And I feel like we've had previous summit talks on that as well, right? What's for the machine? What's for the human? And, I am a fan of writing prose reports, but I think you made a good point that maybe can't scale, right? Organizing that is a little tough, and actually feeds into our next talk as well. Go ahead.
I'll leave you off with one comment, because I know we need to wrap up, but this is by no means a saying what Katie just said. This is by no means saying that we should all stop doing PDFs or emails or whatever. What I meant to do today, and that is my key takeaway to you, is to think about the way how you tell the stories with your stakeholders. I personally think that there's value in using a narrative format. There's value in re-exploring the automation part, the machine readable part. But keep on doing, keep on delivering. That is more important. And then slowly slide in these kind of ideas.
One last really important question. You mentioned you're the CTI Bob Ross. What are the happy little trees of CTI?
Oh, damn. I wasn't expecting that one.
The tough one.
Can
We had someone on
I
Slack.
can I take that one later?
You can take it later. I'd like to answer on Slack. They said tour nodes are the happy little
Okay,
trees of
okay,
CTI.
yeah.
So
That is a good one.
I
Smart
like
on
that.
you who said that. Yeah.
we'll get your follow-up later in the Slack channel. And you have a couple questions in there as well. Lots of great discussion going on. So with that, thanks so much, Gert-Jan.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
All right. I'm particularly excited about our next talk. You might have heard of this tool called Synapse. It's a tool from a company, Vertex Project, and there is both a commercial and an open source version. So whenever we can, we try to bring in open source tools that folks can use for free, right? Free like puppies, to use a phrase from Rebecca. Of course, open source requires energy resources like owning a puppy, but I think as CTI analysts, as Gert-Jan just kind of talked about, right? Telling our stories, storing that information, structuring it is a huge challenge. And I think this is where there are lots of different tools, right? Whether it's Microsoft Excel, whether it's a commercial threat intelligence platform, whether it's an open source platform. I think that these are absolutely essential tools to any CTI team. And, one thing I'll say that I've used Synapse, I know a bunch of you in here have, and it's really challenged me to think about sort of, relating to Gert-Jan's talk, do you really need to write that pros report? Or is there a way that you could start to structure that information, right, in a set format? Right. So this continuing this theme of structuring versus pros reporting, how do we store our information? So really excited to welcome our next presenter. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan.
Thank you, Katie, so much. Awesome. It's been so great to hear all the different talks and to see things that are mentioned in the previous talks, that I was also going to mention as well. So I'm going to try to tie things together as much as I can. And yeah, so we've talked. I remember Sherman Chu gave an awesome talk where he was talking about people, technology, and processes. I'm really going to be telling my story through the lens of the technology. Specifically this thing called Synapse, which is pretty cool. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. And so, yeah, let's move on. The first thing I want to mention, and hopefully this will give me some credibility, is that I've been working with Synapse since about 2017. So definitely a big fan. I think some of the teams I've been on have been some of the first users. I work for a company called ExtraHop, which does network security, and we're setting up a new intelligence team. And so from my perspective, when you're doing intelligence, one of the first things you need to think about is your database. The job of intelligence oftentimes is relating the old to the new. If you have something that's entirely new, you've never seen before, oftentimes the intelligence finding is, hey, this is brand new. We haven't seen it before. Or if you find something that you've seen a million times, that also isn't particularly interesting. But we're kind of at that edge of expanding the knowledge, taking something that maybe wasn't known before, discovering it, and then eventually what we found is that it's pretty well known. So when you're going to do this, you want to have the best database possible. And really, I was trying to think, if I was forced to do intelligence without this database to back me, could I do it anymore? Because I've incorporated the thoughts and the data schema so much into my thinking that it might be challenging for me to back out and not use this. And so I'm going to do a little bit of introduction about the platform for those of you who aren't familiar with it. I'm going to talk about the database considerations. Again, when you are doing threat intelligence, what you know as a company is very important. And I'm going to talk about maybe how many databases you're going to set up, how they're going to relate to each other, and where Synapse fits into that whole process. I'm going to talk about the data schema, which again is something that we've touched on in several talks. I'm actually a big fan of Jira as well. I've used Jira for storing intelligence for this, but you know, the Synapse database is going to be at the more technical level. You're going to be keeping track of IOCs, domains, IPs, files, file hashes, strings, things like that. We're also going to talk about analyst workflows. So when you're talking about the people, processes, and technology, you have to think about how the people, processes, and technology all work together. And I'm going to show how that works with Synapse. And then I'm going to show basically how you document this. And this is the idea of making sure that everybody's on the same page. I'm actually a huge proponent of documentation and how it can help you. And then finally, what the outputs look like from a technical system like this. I think that I want to be very clear, like I'm a sample of one. I can share my 6 years of experience using this tool. Other teams are going to have different uses for it. And so at the same time, I think that 6 years of experience is going to give me some insights that maybe you can all benefit from, because I know this is a tool that's growing a lot. And so I really want to help the new generation, excuse me, the new generation who is adopting this tool, because I know it's actually growing in popularity quite a bit. So when you're thinking about your database for your Intel team, most of us work for companies that are 100, if not 1,000, or more people. How do you all stay on the same page, right? One of your analysts, you spend them a lot of time to be smart and they come up with a finding, and you want to say, across your company, you want to take advantage of that insight and that analysis and that knowledge. So if you have 100 people in your company, how do you, or 1,000 or more, how do you keep everybody on the same page? And something like Synapse, a technical database, is great. You can say, pick an IP address that might be of interest. Maybe it's an IP address that just came out in a prominent blog or something, and you have questions across the company. You can make this your single source of truth. Everybody across your company can have the same visibility and the same understanding as your smartest intelligence analyst. And I think that's huge. I think especially when you have multi-function teams, you might have some SOC analysts, you might have some incident responders. You really want to have the same view of the world, right? And again, taking advantage of the smart analysis that you've done. This is a way that you can, again, keep everybody on the same page. Another thing I really like about this particular technology is that the data model matches the real world. I think sometimes computers are so complicated, and we have a lot of things that we need to keep track of, but they do have a physics to them. Certain things talk to each other in a certain way. Certain things happen repeatedly. You can think of how DNS, IPs, and domains all relate to each other. That stays kind of the same, and it's really nice to have a data model that you can just go to that matches that real world, because then if you know how computers work, you kind of know how the data model works as well, because they go so closely together. Also, something that maybe we don't think about, but we definitely should, is the idea that you have evidence and you have analysis, and those are not the same thing. And so when you're keeping track of them, you want to keep track of them in different ways. And make sure that it's very clear, and allow it so that you could revisit your assessment. Maybe you do make a mistake. I think a lot of us don't like to think about that if we make a mistake, but what if you make a mistake and you want to back out and redo your analysis? Can you separate the two? Can you separate what you know from what you assessed in a very clear way? Also, one thing that I really enjoyed was the Bletchley Park talk, where they were talking about the index files that you have, these index files that keep track of everything and allow them to do lookups. I mean, I think that you can almost draw a line from the Bletchley Park index files to this technology, because it's the same thing. Like they had a technology, like maybe there was a weapon system that they wanted to look up in their files, and so they had these indexes that would allow them to do that. This is the same kind of thing. Like, we have complicated questions that we're going to ask of our databases, and computers are complicated, right? So that makes our questions complicated. It's not always going to be straightforward. It's not always going to be a keyword search. I think most platforms support a keyword search, but can you do pivots and filters and a whole bunch of complicated stuff along the way to get answers to your most complicated questions? I'm going to show an example on the next slide, just to give people an idea of what that can look like. Made by analysts for analysts, you just feel kind of in your happy place when you're an analyst working with this technology, because you can tell that they were really thinking of you. And I really appreciate that. And I think it really comes through with the technology. Performant and scalable. A lot of technologies, when you're trying to keep track of indicators, do one-to-one relationships. And has anybody ever run into the 127.0.0.1 problem when you're dealing with a database like that? You can really start to have to make what I would say are compromises when you model things in certain technologies. But Synapse, again, I don't want to get too much under the hood, but the hypergraph technology allows you to what I would say is, again, model things in a real world way that makes sense, that allows you to pivot in amazing ways. Also, I think a lot of people have a lot of different vendors, right? You might have, call it 5 vendors. And when you're doing data analysis, you don't, first of all, you don't want to go to 5 different platforms to look up the same IP address or the same domain. You want to really, like, if I'm asking about an IP address, I just want to ask about that IP address. I don't want to have to ask the same question 5 different times. And also because you can integrate your vendor tools with this technology, things like metrics become really awesome. You can actually see how often am I using the data from the different vendors, and then you can start to do a vendor assessment as far as how often you're actually going to use that data to create intelligence products, which I'm a big fan of. I like metrics. And so this is just one example. I don't know about anybody in here, but if you've used a technology where you have to like right click on something on an indicator to look up more information, and you have to do that for maybe 10 different indicators. I love the fact that you can do many to many pivots, meaning show me all the IP addresses that I've attributed to a particular group. Then I want to pivot across all those DNS records to perhaps a different, a set of domains. Also, you can do what are called subquery filters, which is something where you can basically say, I want to look for nodes that are connected via some sort of an edge to other nodes, or I want to remove things that are connected via an edge to other nodes. So you could say, I'm looking for DNS records, but I just don't want to see the ones that are connected to trivial indicators like 127.0.0.1 or maybe 8.8.8.8. So I just put one example up here. I don't want to go over it too much, but let's say I want to start with this domain that might be a domain of interest, and then I want to pivot to all the DNS records, specifically the DNS records. But then I'm coming in the morning. I only want to look at 1 day's worth of data, so I'm going to filter that down to just the previous day, between 1 day ago and now. Go to the IP addresses, and then remove all the ones that I've already found are associated with the threat group that I'm researching, which in this case is APT28. Because I already know about those, I'm looking for something new. And then basically I want to go to passive total and pull in new records. The syntax may look a little scary, but number one, if you use it a lot, it becomes very second nature. Also, you can create macros. So for common tasks, and you don't want to have to keep typing things repeatedly, you can shorten it. And also that helps the new users to get over the learning curve. And so again, because I think I have some unique experiences as far as setting up this technology, I just want to share some lessons learned as far as like what it actually looks like to deploy this technology at your company. And again, also feel free to hit me up with more detailed questions, because I think probably a lot of people are going to be in similar situations if you're trying to set up a technology like this. And also, I'm just very happy, to help. And it's also worth mentioning, which Katie also mentioned at the beginning, there's 2 versions. There's an open source version, which is available on GitHub, and there's an enterprise version that you can buy. If you buy the enterprise version, it will save you development time, and it will also help smooth that user experience. But for the talk, I'm going to be talking about the open source. Okay, so you're all set. You've made the commitment and you've decided that you're going to move forward with Synapse. One of the first things to think about is, where is your data? It's going to be somewhere right now. And if you're like a lot of people, it's going to be in S3, it might be in a Postgres, it might be in Dynamo, it might be in Snowflake. One of the first questions is, what do you bring into Synapse? I like to think of Synapse, the technology, as it's like the surface of your desk. It is not like the filing cabinet that you have next to your desk. When you are an analyst, you're looking at specific things in the course of your day, and you're not going to be looking at everything in your filing cabinet. You're going to be having an active workspace in front of you that you're working with. And so, one of the questions is, what do you bring in? And one of the first questions is, how much data do you have? I realize that that's a vague question, and depending on your organization, you might view big differently, but one data source I've used in the past is the virus total feed, which is massive. We're talking 1 million or 2 million rows a day of data. Do you actually want to bring that into your active workspace? And again, keep in mind that you have your filing cabinet and you have your desk in front of you. Throughout the course of the day, you're only going to be looking at a finite number of IPs or domains or other indicators. And so really, the question is, can you leave it where it is? Maybe it's going to be a lot easier for you to set up an integration between whatever your intelligence platform is, whether it's Synapse or another platform. And perhaps if you can create an integration, you can leave it where it is and then only bring in information that's related to what you're actively working on or your active investigation. Something to keep in mind there, though, is, again, how quickly are you going to need it? I kind of like have a thought with certain technologies where if you knew what you needed yesterday, like if you know what you're going to need today and you knew that yesterday, maybe you could use a certain technology to store the data. But if your analysts are going to be forming real-time enrichments from another database, they need something that's going to return, I would say 30 seconds to a minute, right? But they can't be waiting there for 30 minutes for their query to return. So how quickly are they going to need it? Is it something that's going to be blocking their active investigation, blocking their workflow? If it is, then maybe you need it in something like Snowflake that's going to respond much more quickly than something like Athena. And like I said, if you did know yesterday what your analysts might be working on today, then maybe you can do some pre-enrichments along the way. You can do some pre-lookups, essentially bring in the data from yesterday's alerts and have it all ready to go in the morning. That's kind of how we do it at our company, is we know that we're going to be looking at the alerts from the previous day. So you can actually say, okay, I'm just going to bring in all of the relevant enrichments for the set of data that I know I'm going to be working on tomorrow. For those of you who have ever looked at the Synapse documentation, there's something like 400 different node types, which is awesome in the sense that whatever type of intelligence work you're going to be doing, the data model is probably going to support it. But I think that gets really overwhelming. And if you're like me and you go to the Cheesecake Factory and you see that menu and you're leafing through the entire menu, like I love a restaurant that has like 10 items, give me like your 10 best items. I'm going to pick one of those. And I think with Synapse, you have to think of the same thing. Like on the screen here, I have an organization node, a log event, which is essentially, think of that as like an alert or a detection, some IPs, some domains, and then some outside enrichment information. I mean, that's really not that overwhelming, right? And so you can start there. All the other options are still available to you. You're not closing off any paths by simplifying. You're just really going to focus on your use case and what's most important for you at that time. And that's kind of how I tell people to get introduced to the platform, is to start simple. And like I said, whatever you end up doing, whether it's going to be host analysis or whether you're going to be doing more network analysis, they've got you covered within the data model. So you can then at that point, decide where you're going to go. And actually, I'm going to do a callback to Chris Sanders' talk at the very beginning, because he was talking about the most efficient investigative paths. And that was really cool because at the end of the day, you're trying to save your analysts time. There's so much data to look at every day. And you really don't want them to have to do anything manually twice. You can do something manually once and say, okay, that's life, that happens. If you have to do something manually 2 times, at that point, you want to start thinking about how do we automate this? How do we speed this up? How do we make it so that our analysts can move really fast? I mentioned macros. Sometimes you have a workflow that you do repeatedly, and it might be fairly complicated. I take a lot of those and I make them into a short macro. It reduces a command down to maybe 20 characters, and then I don't have to, repeat that every single time. And really, you want your analysts to have all the obstacles and hurdles cleared out of their way, so that they can just focus on what their value added aspect is, which is going to be that analyst component. And so this tool is not just a database. It also has essentially an automation engine built in. So you can say, I'm going to set up some crons for some things that I need to happen at certain times. If you're like me and you have a fairly limited virus total quota, I'm going to, at the end of the day, set up a cron job to use up all my quota at the end of the day, so that I get the most value from my spend. Also, you have things like indicator specific enrichments. When an IP address is added, maybe you want to do a passive lookup or a passive DNS lookup, or maybe when a domain is added, you want to try to pull in what files might be connecting to that domain. The sky is the limit, and it's really going to come down to your use cases. But again, because of the platform, and also if you think about the difference between your developer's time and your analyst time, a lot of times your analysts don't want to have to fill out requests for development time. If they can just create an automation in the system themselves, that's gonna be very efficient for them. So the things on the screen are things where analysts can kind of take the control into their own hands and not have to fill out a development request, the JIRA ticket with justifications, things like that. You really empower the analysts by giving them these automation engine capabilities themselves. When you think about the knowledge of your organization and all staying on the same page, you have to essentially make sure that when one person in your organization says something and another person in the organization says something, that they're speaking the same language. If your company attributes a specific indicator to a threat group or a specific malware family, making sure that it's going to be very clear through everybody working on the system what exactly that means, what the confidence level might be, what the language used is. So I mentioned that there's a data model within Synapse, and it's very robust, but it actually does not come with a tagging structure. You have to make that your own. So you have to come up with a tagging structure. You can borrow the one that the company, the Vertex project uses, who writes the software, or you can come up with your own tagging structure. And this is where, as an intelligence team, and we've talked about this throughout the past couple of days, is you have requirements, you have outputs, you have people who are asking you for answers to specific questions. That's going to drive what your tagging structure looks like. Data mappings, this is like one of the absolute best things about Synapse. I think a lot of the best CTI analysts that I've known are very, very focused on normalizing the different data sources. And so if you have an IP address in one database and another database and another database, normalizing that so that they all look the same when you bring them into your platform, your database. And so every single time we bring in a new data source into Synapse, we do a data mapping. It's on a wiki internally so that we can make sure that everything is mapped appropriately and normalized appropriately. And duplicates get merged. And this is how you get to that one node for one indicator concept where, again, if I'm asking a question about a specific IP address, I want to see my answer in one place, not in 10 different entries. And then also another thing we do is just we use Git for keeping track of all the different automations that we have created within the tool. they're self-documented within the tool and you can have them there, but also just for version control and for communication amongst different people on the team. We find it useful to have the code just laid out there and tracking changes and things like that. And then finally, output. This is going to be driven by your use case. Like I mentioned before, I'm going through a day's worth of alerts and looking and seeing what I can find. I find it's useful to output a lot of the relevant data to a CSV. And then once I find something of interest, I go back into the platform to perform further investigation. But your use case might vary. Also, again, if you buy the enterprise version, you can smooth your experience because of their user interface and some of the tools they have for outputting the data. Also, if you're supporting some sort of SOC or IR function, you could think about a chat bot who can essentially plug into your Synapse instance and respond back with a really smart answer on whatever's being asked. And again, I love this picture. It's one of my favorite pictures. And I really view, Synapse as being right in the middle of this data information intelligence process. You're normalizing it, you're processing it, and you're going to make it very exploitable. I feel like once you do a lot of this prep work to get the system modeled or to get your data modeled in the system, then it allows you as an analyst to move really fast, like I said. So in summary, I've covered a lot of ground, and I really want to emphasize that please do come up and ask questions, because I think different organizations that find themselves in the position where they're trying to get going for the first time, you might have a lot of questions about how do you consider setting up your databases and integrations, ingestions? How do you set up your schema? How do you set up those analyst workflows? What does that actually look like? And then I talked about documentation, which if you know me, that's just something I love to talk about, but I don't know if everybody wants to hear me talk about it. And then thinking about what your outputs from the system are going to be. I want to thank, again, everybody for listening. Thank you for the other speakers who have provided some really awesome related information to what I talked about. I love how this field ties together, and we keep talking about related things. Hopefully, you found this technology piece interesting, and yeah, thanks a ton.
Thanks, Jonathan. I am also a documentation nerd, so I appreciate that. I bug my team a lot. Did you write that Synapse query in Confluence? So bunch of questions here. Well, we have time to get to a couple of them. Chris in Slack asked, over the course of your 6-year usage of Synapse, did you consider other threat intelligence platforms, tips, or experiment with them? And if so, kind of what drew you back to Synapse?
It's kind of what I was saying before about, like, once you adopt the data model of Synapse and you think about how different host activities relate to each other, different network activities relate to each other, and just how nicely their data model reflects reality, the physics of computers. Like, for me, it's really hard to switch. I'm just gonna say that because, again, it's just, you'll have a use case that you didn't even anticipate, or you'll have like a new set of data that you're going to bring in, and it's like ready for you with all the data model and everything. So I think that part where it's built by analysts for analysts, like, they've really captured me, and I feel like a lot of people, once you go Synapse, you don't go back.
They can use that for marketing, right? But it's open source, so it's free. Busy from the Vertex project side of quote you on that.
This was neither sponsored or anything by the Vertex project.
Yeah, again, yeah, not sponsored talk. It's open source. Question from Christian, who's actually one of our previous summit speakers, on power-ups, which are kind of the integrations, right? You can bring in data from different places. What's the experience been for you or your team developing your own power-ups or integrations, knowing that those aren't available in the open source version, right? If someone's like, cool, I want to try this out, the open source version, how hard is it to make your own power-ups, or could you talk about your experience there?
Sure. And for those who don't know, like, when I was talking about, you have maybe data sources and you have the database, power-ups are kind of what sits between them to connect this database to all the different, either it could be database technologies or to different like open source vendor or vendor APIs, that type of thing. I'm gonna somewhat say, I have a developer that I work with who's super smart named Adam, who I think is an expert at the Synapse code base. And so he is going to be the one who could answer that question the best. So there's that, but we have written, I would say, maybe 10 power-ups on our own. And I think it gets easier each time you do it. Probably the first one's the hardest, but then as you do it, there's a lot of code reuse and copying that you can use to smooth your journey. And they've done a good job of making it easier.
Yeah, and I think, as I was listening to your talk and kind of, screenshotted a couple of slides, I think a lot of the takeaways here aren't necessarily specific to the open source version of Synapse, right? Any threat intel platform. So I think the practice of having kind of one Intel engineer is sort of what my team calls them, who's like an expert on your threat intel platform or your database, and then everyone else can learn, and copying and pasting queries. Like that's something that I think we all do. That's what good developers do, right? Copy and paste from Stack Overflow. Absolutely. Some love for that. Cool. All right. Well, I think at this point we have a bunch of questions in Slack that I'm sure you'll have a
I
moment
will
to
do my
respond
best
to if
to
you
get
can.
those.
Yeah, lots of great discussion. With that, thanks so much, Jonathan. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Katie.
And just to highlight, that's the feedback link for today. Really appreciate if you all could continue to complete those surveys. Let us know how it's going. With that, we got a little break, so come back. We'll kick off with our next speaker right at 10:55. So go ahead, take a break. We'll see you in a few.
Hello. Hey, we're going to start in about 5 minutes. This is your 5-minute warning. All right, everybody, welcome back from our morning break. Welcome back from our morning break. I was just doing that voice because Katie said it sounded like a radio voice. Before we get started, I did want to, before I intro Jerry, just thank sponsors that we have. So let me do a quick rundown. The conference wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. So Threat Quotient, Dragos, Live Action, Intel 471, Nozomi Networks, Interpret Security, CrowdStrike, Rural Tech Fund, Anomaly, and Extra Hop. Did I say Threat Connect? Oh, I said Threat Quotient. Yeah, Threat Connect. And then one other thing, there is the prize Pong card game here. So if you go out and speak to Dragos, Intel 471, Live Action, Nozomi, Rural Tech, and Threat Quotient and get a stamp, you will be eligible for fabulous prizes that could change your life. So do take advantage of that. Good catch. So we have alumni. I was actually just talking with Jerry. Come on up, Jerry. He actually presented at the last in-person CTI summit before. Well, actually, COVID was going down then. We just didn't we didn't know the extent of it. So it's great to have you back. You're going to talk about Russian crime, and actually, as you look back at some of the quiz game from this morning, the talk yesterday from Grit, on rebranding, you're
Mhm.
going to be talking about some of this stuff. So
Oh,
I
we're
think
gonna
that
dovetail right
it
into the
queued you up
rebranding. So,
quite
yeah,
well.
This is awesome. I thank God. Hopefully maybe Drew is out in the audience where I can thank him for setting me up for this. The genesis of what I'm going to talk about today really comes from a number of different sources. One is my own interest in this. I've been reading, studying this for, 15, 20 years. The other is popular media is really kind of starting to color our understanding of Russian organized crime, and essentially now they are the boogeyman of all the new movies. You think back, Equalizer, John Wick 2, some of the other ones, Nobody. They're all Russian organized crime actors. And third is kind of a surface understanding of we tend to think maybe attribution wise, it's Russia or it's crime or it's an APT group out of Russia. There's a lot more nuance to it that's really colored in large part by the history of Russian-based organized crime. We're gonna see this constant theme of how this builds over really the last 150 years. But before we get into that, I'll just introduce myself formally, Jerry Johansson. I'm on the incident handling team at Red Canary, and I work in readiness around detection and response. Prior to my time at Red Canary, I've been in enterprise and consulting for about 10 years, working detection, response, and intel. And prior to that, spent 10 years in law enforcement as an investigator in cybercrime at the state and federal level. And I'm based out of Rapid City, South Dakota. Any South Dakotans here tonight? No, sorry. If you're up there for Wild West Hacking Fest, drop me a line. We're going to discuss why we're actually talking about this. Why are we going to go into the nuances of Russian-based organized crime? And I say Russian-based organized crime because RBOC, or Russian organized crime, is a global phenomenon. If you are looking at, say, our understanding of the Italian mafia, it has some ties back to Italy, but it is not a global institution that the way we see Russian-based organized crime. And when we start to dig deep, we're going to go into the history and then look at where we are today, Russian-based organized crime, and how that actually informs our understanding of the cyber threat that is related to Russian-based organized crime. I'll kind of summarize some things, give you the bad news, worst news scenario of where we are and where we're going with this. The scale is the big thing. The scale of Russian-based organized crime and cybercrime in particular is staggering. And it is one of the few outside of APT groups that we see this scale in terms of organized criminal activity in cyberspace. There are plenty of other organizations out there, from the cartels to gangs to other organized crime, but nobody compares to how the Russian-based organized crime groups operate, their scope of it and sphere of influence. So it's a huge, huge problem across Europe, even into the United States. It's also very hard to pin down from an attribution standpoint when we're talking cyber. Is this a criminal organization that's doing this? Is it a state-sponsored criminal organization? Or is it what I would say is a state criminal enterprise? And that kind of informs what we may have to start looking at moving forward. The big thing to take away is we're going to look at some of the relationships between Russian-based organized crime, cybercrime, and their proxy for Russian intelligence services. And this is not a casual relationship, as we're going to see. We're going to see some serious integration here. Again, going back to that attribution problem, is how do we determine where this fits? Is it a state-sponsored or is it a criminal enterprise? And right now, we're seeing a lot of support for the war in Ukraine. This really kind of changed the atmosphere in the last year and has really kind of colored some of the aspects to what we're going to be discussing. I'm going to give you a brief history, though, because a lot of what we're seeing today is colored in the last 100+ years. We tend to think of Russian-based organized crime as an issue with the rise of Vladimir Putin, for example. But this issue, how it integrates with the government and culture of Russia, goes well before 1999, and as we're going to discuss. We can really start to trace the elements all the way back to about the 1850s, 1860s, so mid-19th century. This is rapid industrialization across Europe and even in the United States. So rapid industrialization brings a lot of people into a concentrated area. So if you're a fan of movies and you've seen Gangs of New York or read the book, this is essentially what is being replicated in Russia, where in the United States, we had rapid industrialization in New York City. It brought a lot of people together and it became basically a breeding ground for criminal activity. But the criminal activity starts to become specialized. So you have people that are specifically good at pickpocketing, others that will just club you over the head and take your wallet. But we're starting to see this specialization. And with the specialization becomes a criminal subculture. And this is where we see the thieves world. Caveat, I am not a Russian speaker, so I believe it's Vorsky Mir, which is the thieves world. So it is a loosely affiliated group of individuals that are committing mostly property and violent crime with the intent of getting money. That's basically their modus operandi, to use a technical term. And then you start to see a hierarchy build where money goes up to people to get support and to operate into individual areas. One of the notable people to come out of this era is Joseph Stalin, who was a bank robber. And he actually starts the next phase of this. When he takes power in 1924, one of the aspects to his regime was the wholesale imprisonment in the gulags, the Gulag archipelago, of criminals and other individuals within the society that he deemed deviant or, for whatever politically inconvenient, I think is a good way to put it. This concentration leads to more organization. This is something that happens even today when we start to lock a lot of individuals up. You see gangs form, and those gangs start to become more highly organized because they have nothing better to do than to organize themselves. This leads to the Vori, which is the thieves in law. And what that essentially means is a code of conduct is now built around being a member of Russian organized crime or Russian-based organized crime. And this still carries over till today. The thieves in law is a written code, and it dictates your behavior as a member of the criminal underworld. One of the other more public displays in terms of iconography, if you look up there, is the actual tattoos. This is one of the things you'll see it a lot in the movies where, our antagonist is a Russian gangster, is the tattoos. We see codes of conduct. We see an entire subculture being built here. And this is all based around criminal activity. With this organization, the big takeaway from this is a hierarchy starts to be built about who's in charge, who owns what relationship. There's a rigid hierarchy that is built because that becomes important as we start to see how that adapts later on. Stalin dies in 1953, and Nikita Khrushchev, who is then the premier, releases everybody back out onto the streets. So here's the perfect sauce that's just been created. They have spent literally 20, 30 years building up a subculture with codes of conduct and organization, and now they're back on the streets. Starting in 1960s, carrying over into the 70s and 80s, is widespread shortages of high-end and luxury goods within the Soviet Union. Where you have a black market, you have organized crime. Organized crime comes in, starts running the black market. There's a high level of competition between each of these Vori groups that are fighting this out to the point where they're running street wars. But the other major impact that this has is the Vori start to establish relationships with those that can afford the black market goods, which are the political, military, and intelligence higher ups. These are the people that will make use and can get away with black market goods. So there is this beginning of this period, the intertwining of the Vori, and the Soviet political and military and intelligence executive class, if you want to say that. This becomes important later on because this is where we start to see the relationships in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that will carry us over to a current state right here. This is exacerbated in the 1980s, where we start to see a lot more loosening of the restrictions in the Soviet Union. It just increases that, think of it as a bacteria. We're just putting it in a nice, warm, dark spot so it can keep growing and growing and growing. 1991, 92, the Soviet Union collapses and this creates chaos. This is really the defining moment that we start to see the modern Russian-based organized crime and Russian-based cybercrime really start to consolidate power and gain a lot of legitimacy. With those controls, a whole bunch of chaos reigns, and essentially what happens is those that were organized crime figures at the senior leadership level start to take positions within the government and major enterprise. So for example, the Soviet Union, they had nationalized the entire oil production. And then as soon as the Soviet Union collapses, then individuals then take over the oil production. So for example, if you were looking at this and you are a fan of Sopranos, imagine Tony Soprano one day starts to run mobile. That's essentially what is going on with this chaos. These individuals come in, take control. They're actually called thieves in authority. So there is a additional layer of people with legitimate jobs running multi-billion-dollar organizations. The other thing is, and it was covered yesterday when Drew was talking about this adaptability model, the Russian-based organized crime decides to shed that and become more adaptable. So whereas prior to this, you would have organized crime groups that would be in competition with each other, now they are essentially loosely affiliated with individuals shifting, not really alliances, but working more on a task organization. This individual will go here for 6 months and work on something. This individual will go over here. So there's a much more adaptable and less of this hierarchy and keeping everybody within specific silos. So where are we today? The modern era really starts in about 1999, and Vladimir Putin rises to power. If you're maybe not up on Vladimir Putin, he was one of these individuals that came out of the intelligence community. He was a KGB officer, and he already had connections in the 90s, being a local politician with some of these individuals. And what you see is the emergence of a conditional understanding that Russia now had a nationalized underworld. What does that mean? And the reason I read that off is that is one of the key aspects here. In the 1990s, to contrast that, where the United States was in terms of organized crime, we do not have the nationalized power of organized crime or cartel groups in the United States the way that Russia, post-Soviet, has, where essentially the Vori, those that are part of this world, bankers, economists, government officials, PhDs, and yes, cyber individuals, people that are highly skilled in computer crime. So this is where the Russian business network, if you're familiar with that, in about 2006, 2007, really starts to become part of this operating model. And the major challenge that we have is cyber criminal groups operate with impunity, and they have those informal and even formal connections that allows them to actually carry out their operation without really any fear of prosecution. Another quick side note, for example, the Russian government and the United States government do not have an extradition treaty. So these individuals, we're going to look at some specifics, are really under no fear of being extradited to the United States for crimes that they commit here, such as the Colonial Pipeline or any of the other ransomware attacks. In criminology, there is a concept called harm capacity. And when we're looking at organized crime or other organized entities like cartels and gangs, we look at their harm capacity. And what that essentially means is, how much can they actually do? How much impact can they have on the culture? How much impact can they have on individuals within the society? So a real quick breakdown. What we're dealing with right now are highly sophisticated at basically every level. Whereas you might see in a cartel, there's some highly sophisticated individuals at the very top. But as you start to work your way down, they become less and less able to actually carry out criminal activity on a sophisticated level. They're basically brutes. They're muscle. Whereas Russian-based organized crime has this sophistication level really all the way up and down. This also ties directly into their cyber capability. They're very, as probably we are all aware, they're highly sophisticated in terms of their cyber. There is in fact, an air of legitimacy. And this often comes from the chaos of the 1990s. Is a lot of individuals had to leave their government jobs because there was no money to pay them. So they see that working for a Russian-based organized crime element is actually a legitimate job, and that will pay them. Technically proficient. Computer science, MBAs, PhDs. Again, the level of sophistication is staggering compared to other organized crime groups that have appeared and disappeared in the last 100 years. Those deep political connections essentially makes them immune from any type of consequence for what they're doing and the operations that they're conducting. And there is a lot of cooperation with the intelligence community and Russian-based organized crime, which really puts them so far ahead of any other organization. Imagine, for example, Tony Soprano and his North Jersey crew meeting with the CIA, director of the CIA, or senior leadership at the CIA or the NSA. That is essentially what Russian-based organized crime has right now. So cyber, how does this all fit in? This is a really good quote. I'll actually show some of the sources that I use for this. It actually comes out of one of these, but it is essentially going back to that technical sophistication and capability. Is you had a lot of out of work or low prospects for work, some very talented, very intelligent individuals. And this is a way to make a lot of money very quickly with very little risk of actually going to jail. So for example, Evil Corp, this is probably one of the most egregious, like out there. There is no doubt their connection to the Russian intelligence services, specifically the FSB. Anybody familiar with Maxim? Booties? Okay, Yakubets. Just a quick history on Evil Corp. Do some reading. Looks like the Dridex moving into Raspberry Robin. This is one of those things that we see also talking about Drew and their ability to shift and move around tools, techniques, kind of keep ahead of things. Again, this is probably the most egregious example I've seen of this type of cooperation. The real crime is the paint job on the Lamborghini, but we have Maxim here on the left with his paint job, we'll put it that way. In the middle is his wife, who he married. Her father is Edward. Now, Edward is a TV personality, a former FSB executive. He was an officer in the FSB, and he actually runs a paramilitary or private military contracting firm called Vempel. And this is literally the most egregious that I can see in terms of the direct connection. There's images of Edward at the wedding, hanging out. Just you would normally go to a wedding, and his daughter is marrying the head of one of the largest ransomware groups out there. Conti is another one. Now defunct, referencing Drew's talk yesterday in terms of splitting into the Royal Ransomware. This is a well-funded and connected group, but again, there was another discussion about the Conti leaks. Shows the potential for FSB funding. There was actually requests for breached data. So here is kind of where we look at this from a perspective of attribution. Is a ransomware group actually hits something, a target, and it may not have been at the direction of the FSB, but now we're looking at there is an existing relationship. So they can actually work through that, see what they have, and maybe call up their buddy at the FSB who they know through a criminal network, criminal underground, and essentially offer up that information. So there's a much more deeper level of cooperation as a two-way street, as opposed to what we see here, where to get criminals to give up any information, we'd have to squeeze them with prison time or whatnot. There is this two-way street. We also see Conti, and we are seeing hacktivist groups and cyber criminals actually taking part in cyber operations and support of the war in Ukraine. Again, this is all kind of the same stew versus these cyber criminals are allowed to operate. No, they are essentially maybe even advanced towards taking some sort of geopolitical stance as part of their relationship with the intel community and their status as criminals within Russia today. Dark side. Anybody see the Revil roundup? The video of the cops pushing in the door. This was a high profile arrest. Right before everything was going down in Ukraine, the FSB decided to do a roundup and included a dark side member in that. The missing piece is what actually happened to these individuals. So this might signal, I'm gonna hazard a guess, might signal some sort of in the front or the police station out the back. This is also that portability and that Drew talked about yesterday is take one down, all of the criminal elements scatter, they go work for other groups, all with the understanding that this is all part of the game when we're talking Russian-based organized crime. I talked about the Glim picture. The very, very little sliver of hope is, I believe the name of the company was Chain Analysis, was actually able to pull back some of the funds from the Colonial Pipeline attack. So there is some, a little glimmer of hope in this group in particular, because organized crime operates for the sake of gathering money. That's it. That's all they do. That's what they're there for, is they're consolidating that skill and sophistication to grab some cash. If you can interfere or trace that follow the money routine, that actually can help a great deal. So we'll round it up here. If we look back 150 years in terms of the relationship with the Russian government, this is a feature, it's not a bug. This is the way that their government operates in terms of a relationship between organized crime, cyber organized crime, the intel services, and the political leadership. What this does for us is there's a significant overlap that we're seeing here. We talked about intel services and cyber criminals. Evil Corp is probably the most egregious. I'm sure Maxim can pick up the phone at any time and get the FSB on the phone. The FSB can return the favor. This makes attribution very difficult. This is really one of the reasons to maybe look at this as a more nuanced and more, or I should say less clear cut than criminal APT group. Again, that kind of state criminal enterprise. They are highly flexible and don't maintain a rigid affiliation and hierarchy the way that we would traditionally think of organized crime. And this was covered extensively by Drew yesterday with those graphs showing, hey, this is how they move in and out of this space and actually are able to disband and reconstitute themselves somewhere else. And most likely developing that from an existing model of what Russian-based organized crime was doing in the 1990s up until today. As I said, we have no extradition treaties, so there is very little to do in terms of cooperation. And we've also seen that cooperation diminish a lot with the current state of the world. but I will leave you this. From an assessment standpoint, Russian-based organized crime and their cybercrime affiliates, I submit they inhabit a gray area. They're part state and part criminal. And at that point, you know, all bets are off, and maybe we have to think about this from a different perspective. I've included some resources in the slide deck in terms of books, articles, everything like that. You know, if you want to reference anything and really want to study a little bit more, that's right there. So thank you very much.
We'll give people a second to take any screenshots of the sources, some good reports to look up. All right, and we have a couple of questions. We have some great questions in the channel, actually. So early on in the talk, you talked about iconography. Does that specifically refer to tattoos, or does it take a different form?
Right now, it's mostly tattoos. The tattoos represent, it started out in the gulags, represented, you know, criminal activity you took part in, how long you were in there, what your status within the organization was. One of the things to note is that has started to go by the wayside in terms of the individual is not necessarily getting those tattoos anymore. They're much more apt to go head out with a business suit and really shun a lot of that to not identify themselves. But it really is mostly very much in the tattoo space.
Very cool. Did the recent mobilization of Russian citizens fighting the war against Ukraine have any impact on their operations?
They've shifted. What I think is happening is they're shifting out operations from you know, a high concentration in that they are taking part, but I think it's very low level. It's not necessarily a lot of, you saw some attacks against Ukrainian targets. One of the other things that I will say from the criminal element, it just released the other day, so it didn't make it into the presentation. The Wagner Group, which is a private military contractor from Russia, is actually taking inmates from prison and handing them rifles and sending them south into the Ukraine right now. So there is, the organized crime operations are actually going to be they are sending criminals down to Ukraine right now.
All right. And actually that ties into another question that we got, which is, have you seen, does cybercrime in Russia intertwine with some of the more traditional organized crimes like drugs, human trafficking, et cetera?
A lot of the cyber element is not necessarily criminal the way we would look at it, but more it was large part money laundering would be one of the major avenues. If you think Russian-based organized crime is really concentrated in New York City, for example, and they have a large amount of cash. Prior to Bitcoin, prior to cryptocurrencies, a lot of that had to be funneled through banks that were owned overseas by Russian-based organized crime elements. So a lot of that was computer facilitated.
Awesome. All right. And we've got one more question from Zach online. He said it's a tangential question, but I think this is actually probably pretty relevant to everyone. So a lot of, I think, traditional threat intelligence focus is on APTs. And you've mentioned that this blurs the line. It's a gray area between an APT. Is it conducting crime? Do they share resources, share tools? So are there any good resources for learning more about cybercrime in particular, or finding their TTPs?
So one of the things that I'm going to kind of answer that in a little bit different way. One of the things that you can look at is we spend a lot of time on how the threat actor operates. One of the things that I would start to look at is victimology. Who are they actually going after, and understanding the victim as well. It's kind of a two-sided equation. Is if we're focused over here on the threat actor and what their modus operandi is through TTPs, what's really going to maybe separate that out, and again, it's not an easy lift, is looking at who they are attacking and what the victimology looks like. Is this a target of opportunity? Or is it look more like they went after this organization because of something that happened in the last 90 days or less, 180 days? The same way that we would look at why traditional organized crime operates in certain neighborhoods and doesn't operate in others.
Yeah, it makes me think about the term APT, which I know I feel like every year we're trying to come up with a different APT, but so it seems like a lot of times they will be the same, they're advanced
Mhm.
and they're clearly a threat. But are they persistent against a particular
Yes.
target, or are they more opportunistic, but
Mhm.
persistence in their opportunistic?
You know,
programs?
and you could say, I would say that they're persistent within a certain operational environment and not a specific target.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much,
Thank
Jerry.
you.
That was an awesome talk. I think there's some more questions in the chat room that you can, or
I'll
the Slack
take care of it.
channel you
Thank
can
you.
get back to. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, awesome. As Katie mentioned in our intro this morning, some of the talks that we're bringing you today are directly related to feedback we've gotten from past surveys. And some feedback we got was that while it is really important to have talks about new technologies and new models, it is really, really helpful to see how someone has actually gone through the process of, for example, taking an indicator and using it to identify a particular attack or a particular actor and then responding to that threat. Case studies are really, really useful in helping people take all the different pieces that we're learning about throughout the conference and start to visualize how that might actually be used in their organization. So we are very fortunate today to have two folks who joined us, flew in all the way from Israel. And so please help me welcome Oram and Noam.
Thank you. Can you hear me? They're working. Awesome. So first of all, thanks for having us. As you heard, we flew in yesterday or 2 days ago. Before I start, we were debating yesterday after seeing all the cool graphics, the graphic recordings, how long we need to stay on this slide in order for the butterfly to appear there. So I'll try to take as much time as possible. So first of all, it's not a butterfly, it's a moth, and more specifically a Luna moth. We track a threat group by this name, Luna moth. And what we want to share with you today is a case study of how we took IOCs that we discovered by responding to incident. And through the process of pivoting, how we uncovered and unraveled their infrastructure. In our talk, we'll have three main parts. We'll give you a bit of background on this group and their go-to technique that they use in order to infiltrate networks. Next, we'll share two pivoting examples that we used in order to track this group. And of course, we'll wrap it up with some insights. Before we start, a bit about ourselves. I'm Noam. It's a pleasure to be here. I am an incident responder at Signia. I've been with Signia for 3 years almost. Tomorrow, actually. And I come from an ex-military background. So that's about it.
Hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Oren. For the past 3 years, I've been working as a senior IR expert at Signia. I'm a bookworm, a foodie, and a coffee lover. Let's start. So we all get phishing messages all the time, right? You know, the message from the prince that really needs our help. And if we would just help him now, he would make us rich one day. But there are different types of phishing emails out there. Take this email message, for example. If we carefully read the email, we can see that it's not from the prince, it's from a well-known service, it's from Masterclass. And there are no typos in the email, no links. There is a PDF attachment, but it's not malicious at all. If we click and open the PDF, we can see there a receipt for one of Gordon Ramsay's cooking classes. As a foodie, I would love to attend this class. But if you don't want Gordon Ramsay to yell at you, you can just call the number at the bottom of the email and cancel the subscription. Since there is nothing malicious about this email message, anti-spam solutions won't flag or block it. But this email is in fact the first stage of an attack called callback phishing. Callback phishing is an initial access attack vector, heavily reliant on social engineering. It's comprised of 3 stages. First, a phishing email, like the message we just saw. Second, a phone call, which the victim initiates. And third, some sort of software deployment. The email messages originate from free email services. The emails themselves do not contain any links. And while some of them have an attachment, It is not weaponized in any way. The emails mimic well-known brands like Masterclass or Duolingo, and they inform the victim about an upcoming charge due to a service or subscription that they purchased. If the victim wants to cancel the charge, they can just call the call center, and a human operator will answer the call and will manipulate them into downloading some sort of Trojan. That Trojan will be later used by the threat actor to gain hands-on keyboard access to the compromised host. And depending on the group conducting this activity, it can lead to data exfiltration, ransomware deployment, and quick compromise of an entire network. How is this all connected to Lunamoth? Well, Lunamoth is a group that specializes in callback phishing. Based on a research conducted by Advanced Intel, Lunamoth were originally part of the Ryuk Conti operation. Back then in 2020, Lunamoth had a different flow. The call center operator will try to trick the user into downloading a weaponized Office document. When the user enabled macros, Bazaar loader will be executed on the endpoint, ultimately leading to ransomware deployment. Following the Russo-Ukraine war, Conti disintegrated into several groups, and Lunamoth emerged as an independent group in March of 2022. In their post-Conti reincarnation, the group is not yet another ransomware group. Their technique is a bit different, since they do not use malware, they don't encrypt files, and they do not maintain a leak site. Lunamoth's avoidance for malware, combined with their highly reliance on social engineering, means that technology alone is not enough to stop this threat. What can stop them? Good threat intelligence.
Awesome. So I want to finish this background on Lunamoth by sharing with you what a Lunamoth attack flow looks like. It all starts, just as we've explained, with a phishing email containing a receipt for a purchased service, let's say a Duolingo service. The phishing email contains a US phone number, and the victim calls the phone number. On the other side sits the operator, who leads the victim to installing remote administration tools on their device. Right? These are not malicious tools by nature, but they are used maliciously by Lunamoth. Now, just to be able to get you the feel of how they work, these operators, during an investigation that we conducted, we found out that the victim who was on the call with this operator was instructed to install these tools on their device. However, they didn't have the permissions to install these tools on their device. So the operator led the victim to open a ticket with IT in order to install these tools on their device. It's a very bold move, but they got initial access. So they have these tools on the first device, and they use these tools for the next phases of the attack. They deploy additional tools, such as rclone and SharpShares, and many others, in order to explore the network, locate sensitive files and information, and exfiltrate them outside. Once they believe that they have enough information on their hand, they turn to the final phase, which is extortion. They send out a ransom demand to the organization, demanding a large sum of money while holding the sensitive data hostage. Right. So just to reiterate, we're talking about short breaches, very focused on the location and locating information and stealing it, and then moving on to the extortion. So this summarizes our background. At this point, we have these IOCs, and we want to start to find additional IOCs. We want to understand this attacker's infrastructure. Naturally, we turn to pivoting, as you can see. So let's start pivoting. Great.
So 2 years ago at SANS CTI Summit, Joe Slowick shared with us this amazing visualization of how to pivot on network infrastructure. So the method takes each one of the indicators, domain, IP, certificate, and breaks them down into their building blocks, into small observables. So if we want to pivot on domain name, we can, for example, pivot on registrar or registrant. If we want to pivot on IP address, we can, for example, pivot on hosting provider, hosting location, or on the JARM hash. A quick refresher, JARM is an active TLS server fingerprinting tool. It's a very useful tool to cluster servers together. Now, I know this is highly theoretical. In practice, it all comes down to an Excel spreadsheet. And this is a snippet from our Excel spreadsheet. Don't bother reading the information in the table. It's not as important as the method. So we first encountered Lunamot doing IR engagements. And during the investigation phase, we collected all the indicators of compromise, and then we wanted to pivot. So we took the IOCs, broke them down into their observables, and put the data into the table. Since pivoting is an iterative process, each new indicator that was discovered was broken down and inserted into the table. Analyzing the data in the table, clear patterns were starting to emerge. All the phishing domains shared a naming theme. It was the name of a known service like Zoho or Masterclass with a word appended to it. Okay, so Masterclass cooking, Zoho teaching master, Duolingo class. The top level domain was either .com or .xyz. And there was no subdomain. All the domains were registered under Namecheap during 2022 in a short time span before the actual campaign started. Analyzing the IP address information, we noticed that all the domains were hosted under Hostwind and they shared a specific JARM hash. At first, when we started to pivot, the JARM hash looked promising, but we quickly realized it yields far too many results. Turns out that the JARM fingerprint we used actually fingerprints a clean installation of Apache web server on Ubuntu. And clearly Lunamot does not own all Apache web servers on Ubuntu. So we decided to combine the JARM hash with the hosting provider, and we got fewer results. To filter out additional false positives, we added the top level domain. This allowed us to create a very strong signature that helped us identify the entire Lunamot's infrastructure. Additional IR engagements that we conducted help us confirm and validate our signature. And I can tell you, it feels great when the signature is created, works, and identifies attackers in the real world.
Okay, cool. So we have this signature on the infrastructure. At this point of time, we were starting to look for another key element that we can use in order to pivot on this attack. We decided to deep dive into the PDF files that are sent out as part of the phishing scenarios, and that's because you can see them in all of the different Lunamoth attacks. It's the first stage of the attack. Now, the methodology behind pivoting on PDF files is not that different. We just take the samples and break them down into different building blocks. Let's say, for example, the PDF version, the creator, the producer, the amount of pages the file has. All these different characteristics which we can use and work with in order to pivot on these files. Now, before we start, it is important to understand our viewpoint into the landscape. And as incident responders, our viewpoint is or are the incidents that we respond to. And on top of those, we add the layer of engines such as VirusTotal and many others in order to widen and broaden our pipeline as much as possible. Okay, so we start with the complete universe of PDF files that we have in our pipeline. The first characteristic that we decided to look at touches to the process in which these PDF files are created. We often like to look at these the way the files are created because in many cases, when attackers send out mass amounts of files, they often have some sort of automated way or process of creating these files. With Lunamoth, they use a tool called WK-HTML to PDF. And by using this tool, it also adds certain information to all of the different PDFs that they send out. And you can see on the snippet to the right, we have the PDF version, we have the creator and producer tags that are added to all of the files that they send out. So this is a good starting point, right? We can use this information. We can take it in order to start pivoting. But LunaMoths are not the only ones who are using this tool, which means it's not a signature yet, right? However, it did take us a step forward, right? We started with the whole universe of PDF files, and we started narrowing it down to a smaller subset of files. So next, we started looking at the file structure. We're talking about receipts, about some kind of payment. And all of the samples that we had only had one page. And we can use this information, right? We can filter out anything that has more than one page, right? At this point, we wanted to look at another layer. We calculated the average file sizes of all the samples that we had. We found out that when we limit the signature to look at files that range between 30 and 50 kilobytes in size, we were left with a subset of files that were all related to LunaMoth campaigns. Now, that's amazing, by the way. Now, theoretically, if that was not enough, we could also add another layer to the process, right? Let's say, for example, looking at the file contents itself. We know this is subscription related receipt, right? So we can look for any keywords that might be found in these files. In this case, we didn't add this layer, but of course we could if it was needed. So we started with the whole universe of PDF files in our pipeline, and we ended with a subset of files that were all related to LunaMoth campaign, which means we have another signature, right? So we have the first signature on the domains and infrastructure. We have this second signature on the PDF files. And then the question to you guys is, what's next? Naturally, because we want to track this group, we turn to automating the process of using these signatures. So you can see on the right, this alert that popped up as part of this automation process. It's showing 2 new domains that LunaMoth registered back in June. One is related to a masterclass campaign, the other to a Duolingo campaign. It doesn't really matter. But we have some sort of automated process that's popping up new domains that we think are related to LunaMoth, potentially, of course. Another angle that these 2 signatures helped us with is to determine the starting point in time of LunaMoth's operation. And that dated back to March of 2022, right? The first samples that we saw, the first domains that we saw them register. A couple months after we reached this conclusion and published it in our blog post, we also saw Advanced Intel release a nice paper on this group where they reached that same conclusion. And it's always nice to see other fellow researchers reach these same conclusions about these groups. Now, one thing about automation that we really want to share with you is that in practice, many times automation doesn't go as neat as we want it to, right? Sometimes we have false positives. Now, the new alert you can see on screen shows 3 different domains. 2 of these domains are actually really related to LunaMoth, but the one in the middle is not connected at all, right? It's a false positive. So since we want to create threat intelligence or actionable threat intelligence in the form of domains that we can block, and we don't want to block legitimate domains, this is a problem, right? We can't just use this information and stream it. So what we decided to do with this problem is use 2 different layers to our process of automation. The first layer of automation uses a more permissive signature. And this is exactly what you see right now on the screen. It allows these false positives, right? However, and more importantly, it allows us to determine the new campaign themes as they emerge. And by knowing these new themes as they emerge, we can actually use it and apply it to the second layer of automation to filter out or actually filter in only domains that are related to these new themes. So we have an automated way to find new domains, find new PDF samples. We know they're related. there's a connection between the PDF files to these domains. So we have some sort of validation that we're on the right track, which is exactly what we were aiming at. We also took the signature on the PDF files and applied it, and across time, a bunch of different samples popped up. You can see a few of them on screen. One thing to note about all these samples is that they all share a certain footer. They all say secured with SSL. And of course, we know that if it says secure with SSL, the actual vendor sent it, right?
Of course, yes. So taking all the information created by the automation process and putting it into a graph allowed us to analyze past Lunamod campaigns and continue tracking the group. It also allowed us to identify patterns at the macro level. So if we go back to the beginning of Lunamod's activity, we can see that in April and May, they would run multiple campaigns simultaneously. For example, for masterclass, subscription, scam, and Duolingo. At July, all their campaigns suddenly stopped. This is when Signia published our blog post on the group, and we would like to believe that we have the power to stop such a thing. After a month of silence, the group returned, they resumed their activity, but this time their technique was a bit different. So instead of running multiple campaigns simultaneously, they would switch campaigns approximately each month. So from ClassPass to Philo to Bubble to Curiosity. Although the different campaigns use different teams, our signature was still valid because they did not change their TTPs. So we were able to track the group's activity for almost a year. We are still tracking them, and we are waiting to see what phishing team they have next for us.
Okay, cool. So I see the timer there, and we need to start wrapping things up. We talked about Lunamods. We talked about callback phishing. We understand this technique. Through this case study, we wanted to show you our process, our thought process, step by step of how we took these IOCs, how we broke them down, and through this process of pivoting, created these signatures to track this group. To do this, we first needed to understand our viewpoint into the landscape and widen it as much as possible. And then by working through a structured line of thought, we're able to connect all the different dots and uncover this infrastructure. Attackers and even the most sophisticated ones often leave ways we can use to track their infrastructure. Now, we talked a lot about Lunamods and this type of family of threats that focus on the human factor, right? These might not be the most technologically sophisticated threats, but as such, they often sometimes overcome the security stack that we have, right? Now, in order to tackle and bridge this gap, we turn to threat intelligence to be able to create actionable threat intelligence in the form of IOCs that we can block even before we see them being used in breaches. Another angle to this threat intelligence that we took is that we provided this information to authorities and worked with them in order to track this group while they were running their operation. Of course, you can learn a lot about a group when you track them while they're running their operation.
So we shared with you the research that we conducted and the two signatures that we created. Our goal was to show you how you can take separated, isolated IOCs and create a strong signature. The method that we used was to take the indicators of compromise and break them down into their building blocks, into small observables. And then we started pivoting on these observables. The problem or the challenge that you have when you pivot on such small indicators that you are likely to get a lot of results. For example, the JAM hash that we started with returned nearly 500,000 results. And this makes you think that you are not on the right path. But when we started to combine the different observables together, we were able to refine our signature. By layering the different building blocks on top of each other, we were able to create a very robust signature that allowed us to track the group over a long period of time and multiple campaigns. So the next time that you get 500,000 results, remember that you might just be on the right path. Thank you very much.
So much. That was an awesome talk, an awesome case study. I'm very excited to go in and read your blog post. We posted that into the resources Slack channel in case anyone wants to go read more in depth. We also got a lot of great questions. Our first question was callback phishing. Does that only use calling, or are there other methodologies that people use to get in contact with people? Do they use like chat or anything like that in order to is it still considered callback phishing at that point?
So I'd say that there are different types of calls that can be used in order to conduct the callback phishing. For example, a phone call is one type, but we've also seen, let's say, using some sort of other software such as Zoom or stuff like that in order to conduct these calls. So it's not only if you're thinking about how to monitor this, right? It's not only looking at phone calls, it's also looking at other applications that can be used in order to do all these communications. And I'm sure also chatting is used, and anything you can think about is probably out there.
Very cool. Thank you. Let's see. Were these attacks sent more to corporate emails or personal emails?
So all of the incidents that we handle were 100% related to corporate email. None of them were related to personal accounts at all. Here and there, I'm guessing they did send out, it doesn't cost them too much to send another email out to a personal account, right? So I'm guessing it did happen, but the incidents that we're talking about are not personal. They were using these people in order to infiltrate the big organization.
Awesome. And this might be in the blog post, and just if it is, then we can look at that later. But are there any recommended policies or rules you can put on email servers to address this particular type where there's no malware, there's no nothing malicious to detect, but it still is malicious activity?
Yeah, that's true. So I'll connect back to what I said earlier with the attackers leading the victim to install tools on the device. In cases we've seen that organizations have all the security policies intact and everything is set up, they are in a really good position, right? If you see like a ticket to install some software, check it before you approve it, right?
Yeah, no, I think there was an IT administrator you gave a heart attack to when you talked about that.
Yeah, but looking at the emails themselves, it's really a hassle, right? Because they're changing the themes all the time. They're looking to deceive the reader into thinking that it originated from the actual vendor. What I would say would be maybe perhaps looking at the source of these emails. They are related with a naming theme to this vendor of the theme, but they're not from the actual domain of the vendor. So I'd say maybe somewhere along that lines.
Also, that's why we said that some problems are best solved with threat intelligence, because if you start developing your own signature, you can create a threat intel feed and you can just block the domains that are registered even before the emails reach the organization. And that's always better than trying to improve your security stack.
Absolutely. And you wouldn't want to accidentally block someone from accessing masterclass from their work. All right. I think we have time for just one or two more questions.
Of course.
How does this group differ, or does it differ from Bazaar Loader or Bazaar Call?
Oh, this one's for you.
Yes. Okay. So they are descended of the same group, but post-Conti, they do not maintain any initial access loaders. They do not maintain a ransomware. So they are 100% call center focused. So no malware at all. It's cheaper on their side because they don't need developers to maintain tools and they don't need like all the defense evasion techniques and the cool stuff. And they're really good at targeting the human factor and social engineering people into clicking links. So they came from the same like greenhouse, but they specialize in initial access and without malware at all.
I can say on top of that, that in the first engagement that we had with this group, we weren't sure if these were scammers that learned that they could turn to extortion, or if it was something the other way around. And then only through unraveling additional, like understanding their infrastructure and having more and more traffic with them, we really understood what's happening here. So yeah, it's quite weird.
Awesome. Well, I think quite weird is a great place to end. So thank you all so much for your
very much.
presentation. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. And before we head into lunch, we just have a couple things to chat about. We mentioned it yesterday. We'll mention it again today for folks who are new. The wait a minute, that is not the 5th annual because I feel like I've written it at least 6 years. The annual Cyber Threat Intelligence Survey is open. This year, Katie and I are collaborating on it, which is going to be amazing. It is open now. Here is a awesome QR code, also not malware, that you can use to take the survey. If you complete the survey, you will get entered for a chance to win a $400 gift card. No, you cannot win it, Katie. But don't take the survey either. You're going to ruin our data. But if you take it by February 2nd, you also have the chance to win a $40 SANS gear voucher. I'm not sure whether you can apply that towards an extra Snuggie, but if you can, that would be awesome. Yeah. And then I'm going to pass it over to Katie to talk about one of the cool opportunities after lunch.
Yeah, so for in-person folks, wanted to highlight this afternoon, you can stay in here. We have some awesome talks. We also have a workshop about a threat actor that doesn't exist, but you can learn to find them anyways. This is from Emily, Greg, and Simeon at Microsoft. And this is really cool. They've created this open source project. It's really a labor of love. It's an open source data set to help people actually get hands-on and hunt through intrusion data. If you've done this kind of work before, that's awesome, but you realize that not everyone has access to that kind of data to learn these skill sets of pivoting and learning how to do intrusion analysis. And so they've actually created this project totally open source. And we'd love for you to join us at the workshop. It's just going to be out the doors around to the right. Please do bring a laptop. If you are new to cybersecurity, you've never done intrusion analysis before, awesome. You're going to learn how to do that. If you are more advanced, there are options for you too. Right. Apparently there's a blog post that they've created, a report that has some incorrect information. So opportunity for advanced folks as well. We're going to be giving away some prizes. So that's kind of a big deal, including a signed copy of Chris Sanders' book. So that's going to be awesome. Yeah. Shout out to Chris Sanders. So that's going to be really, really cool around the corner just after lunch, just after 1 o'clock. And also this project, right, it's open source. It's all about going out and kind of making intrusion analysis CTI accessible. If you're someone who's passionate about going out into the community, right, come to the workshop, check it out, because you can take this into a high school, into a college locally, right, and give this workshop. So just wanted to talk about that. That'll be after lunch around the corner. For online attendees, don't worry, we have a link in the Slack to where you can check out the project too. So I think that's all we have. Go ahead, take lunch, and we'll see you back here just after 1 p.m.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get started in just about 5 minutes. We can keep the music going though. Everybody likes it. All right, all right, all right. Katie did that earlier, Matthew McConaughey. I don't know if she meant to do it that, but welcome back everybody from lunch, or maybe if you're across the pond in Europe, maybe you had dinner break, put the kids to bed, whatever the case may be. We're excited to have everyone back. I'm very excited for our next presenter because I've had the opportunity to work with Nicole. Nicole's presented here in the past, although virtually. And she's also got a cool book that she's written as well. And so if you follow her on the socials, you will see that. This talk is going to be really good because it's going to build on some analytic themes that we've already had throughout the talks yesterday and today, the whole system stuff that we've been talking about. So Nicole, come on up.
Hi, thank you so much for the warm welcome, and thanks so much, SANS, for letting me come and speak. And thank you for Ashton for all you do as a speaker. I really enjoy getting the graphical representations of my talk. It's a nice gift. Also, Ashton, I'm sorry, I speak very fast, and when I'm nervous, I speak even faster. And I have a lot of slides, which means I might talk even faster, and I like to talk with my arms, so I'm a person who started public speaking during the pandemic. So this is actually my first in-person talk. Thank you. One of the things that I don't get to do a lot with virtual talks is involve the audience. So I am going to be asking you questions throughout. So I hope you enjoy that. My first question is, how many in the room know what SOPs are? Okay, almost everyone in the room. So if you're not familiar with SOPs, standard operating procedures, how many in the room think that you have the perfect SOPs? Definitely up to date, definitely centrally located. Okay, this talk is for you. I was hoping there would be like one person that would raise their hand and I can make fun of throughout the talk, but it's okay. I have Rick. Okay, so I'm going to introduce who I am. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about cognitive science. Hat tip to Dr. Chris, because I'm a huge fan of his, and I always also like to include some type of cognitive science in my talks. Then I'm going to talk about the state of current intelligence SOPs and some of the challenges that I have seen working in the field. And then the impact of having poor SOPs or just not having SOPs at all. And then I'm going to introduce something that I found when I did my last talk at the 2020 SANS CTI Summit. I introduced my framework, and one of the parts of the framework was think steps. And I'm going to give you some examples about how to use think steps in not only for your CTI investigations, but also to improve your SOPs. And then I'm going to give you some tips on how to operationalize not only my idea, but just generally tips to help you with your SOPs. And then I'm going to, hopefully, if I have time, do a quick summary and maybe some questions. So I just started last week at Cisco Talis. I'm very happy to be on the team as a cybersecurity research analyst and writer. I'm also the author of the children's book series, The Mighty Threat Intelligence Warrior. You'll see her on the screen in all her glory. You might see characters from my books throughout the presentation, just because I could. I'm also the creator of the Cognitive Stairways of Analysis, which you can go back and watch that talk from the 2020 CTI Summit. Or if you want to know more about either my book or that talk, you could go onto my blog on threathuntergirl.com. And at heart, I am a tactical intelligence junkie. I like to be as far in the weeds as possible. And I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. And I'm also a massive Lego fan. I actually have a Lego city that I built during the pandemic. I have not named it. So if you have any ideas, please let me know. So let's talk about the process of sense making. Dr. Chris had talked about it in his keynote, which I was very excited about. But this is basically how our brains make sense of the world around us. And when our brain experiences an event, it collects data about that event. And it looks through like our Rolodex of schemas that it's already created to see, do we need to make a new schema? Do we need to update an existing schema? Or is it probably not useful information? Like kind of like if you ever see something out of the corner of your eye and you think, did I see something? Is it a ghost? And your brain's like, oh. and you just stop thinking about it. That's when it's just going to get rid of that data. So knowing that that's how our brains make sense of the world around us. Why do I remember the words to every Britney Spears songs in existence, but I can't remember what I need to do on a day-to-day basis without making a to-do list? If our brains are so amazing and they have all of these different features, why do we always forget stuff that we find useful? Well, I read this article, it was on nature.com, and it was called The Forgotten Part of Memory. And it was written by Lauren Gravitz. And it was about neuroscientists in Canada, and they did a research about the process of forgetting. And what they found was it's most likely a feature and not a bug. And that our brains are constantly going through this like data management process to help us learn and to help us evolve and learn new things that is good for survival. Again, I don't know why out of all the things I can remember, it's Britney Spears, but it must be useful to my survival. So let's talk about the different types of business knowledge. Explicit knowledge, it's very easy to express. I give the example of a threat landscape report. If you work in CTI, you've probably heard this phrase before. You could probably define it easily. You could probably say what is in it, but how your individual business puts one together, maybe like the style of it, the keywords, if maybe instead of executive summary, you have key points or key findings, that's more of the implicit knowledge. That's specific to your organization. The tacit knowledge, which Dr. Chris also mentioned in his keynote, if you go back, is really how we go, to quote him, from perception to reality. This is the tradecraft of analysis. And some people think that this is challenging to capture, but I am here to say it is not. And you'll notice under tacit knowledge that I have a little mighty warrior symbol from my book. This is going to be found throughout my presentation, and it's going to be opportunities for capturing that tacit knowledge. So let's talk about the state of current SOPs. One of the issues that I understand, regardless of the size of your organization, it takes time. And I don't have a solution for this. It's going to take time to have SOPs, and it's going to take a lot more time to have good SOPs. And I'm going to talk about time in a minute, and you will see another shout out that makes you think that you might actually have more time than you think. Another thing that I see with SOPs is a lot of times it will talk about tasks that you have, routine tasks, but it won't necessarily say, why do we have those routine tasks? It won't say, what business function is this task helping? And I feel like there's an education opportunity for analysts, because if you don't know why you're doing it, it can be challenging when you take that implicit knowledge to another organization and they ask you, in the interview or whatever, why did you do that? Like, why do you think that that type of report or task is important? And you have no idea because you just haven't got that education. So I think the why you're doing something, whether it's why it's important to the clients or why it's important to the business, is important to add into the SOPs. So if you haven't seen this talk by Sherman, if you're in CTI or you manage a CTI team, it's one of the greatest talks I've ever seen. I saw it and instantly was like, yes, this. So if you think you do not have time, you might find that you actually have more time than you think. So I recommend going back and watching that either on the SANS website or on YouTube. So another thing that I've noticed is SOPs are not, I don't know why it has Adele. I felt really silly when John had a Taylor Swift, and I was like, is that a Taylor Swift? Why did I find a meme that has Adele? Whatever, we're gonna go with it. But a lot of times SOPs are not up to date, or a lot of times what I see is you have this expensive product that your manager thought would be a good idea to use, and so you have SOPs for that specific tool. But then they decide the license for that for the whole team is too expensive, so you've switched to a cheaper tool or open source tool, but you haven't updated your SOPs. So then when someone comes in to do that job, they're like, oh yeah, we don't do that anymore. And then that person has to kind of like shadow someone and flounder. And I feel like they shouldn't have to do that. It's stressful. The other thing I've noticed is a lot of times if you work in an environment that fosters creative freedom, where people could come up with new ideas and say, I think it would be a really good idea to do an end of year report, or I think we should do, whatever it is that you think is a great idea for your organization. Maybe it's just a way to automate a process, and you create something and it becomes part of the team, like part of a critical routine task, but it's not necessarily documented. It may not be documented in a way that anyone but that one person understands. So let's talk about impact. So when you do not have good SOPs, it sucks when someone leaves, especially if they've been there for a long time, because they have all of that tacit knowledge. And if they haven't captured it, you're going to basically try to find someone to replace that person. And I'm here to say, might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think anyone is replaceable. I think everyone that is in the audience, whether you're virtual or here physically, you are not replaceable, because you all have your own experiences, your own tacit knowledge, your own perspectives. And so a lot of times when organizations go to hire someone, it's a long process, because whether they know they have a bias in their brain or not, they do sometimes. And instead of looking for someone that's qualified for that role or is eager to learn and has a good attitude and could quickly grow into that role, they just want to find a replacement. I want the unicorn that has these niche skills that the person who left, and you're not always going to find that. And then if you do find someone and they go to the onboarding and you don't have SOPs in a central location, it could feel like a goose chase, not only for the person onboarding that employee, but also for the person that is the employee. And like, I know for me specifically, I write a lot of sticky notes and I stick them all over my monitors, and I kind of judge my success at a new business, like how many I could take away over time. And I feel like if I'm already doing this, why aren't we, capturing that in the SOPs so people don't have to flounder and write like, dozens of notes. The other point I wanted to make is that single point of failure. If you have someone that leaves and they have all of this knowledge, or they had created all of these new ideas or reports, it sucks for your team trying to replicate it, especially if it has to do with like coding and things like that. And maybe not everyone on the team has that. So I want to talk quickly about how I stumbled upon Think Steps. In 2020, I was writing a blog, or I was doing research to write a blog about the analytic tradecraft. And I wanted to expand upon the word of analysis, because I felt like we don't do that enough as an industry. And a couple people have said this throughout the summit, that we kind of have an assumption that everyone understands what we're talking about when we say certain words. And I went through different industries to see, how do other industries perform analysis? And I took my favorite things from each one and created my framework. And one of them was Think Steps. And this one was from a white paper, and it was called How Analysts Think Steps as a Tool for Structured Sense Making in Criminal Intelligence Analysis. Try saying that 5 times fast. It is not easy, but basically the authors of this white paper interviewed criminal investigators, and they all had cases they had pre-prepared to discuss, and they talked about their analytic process throughout their investigation. And the mind map that you see is kind of what the authors put together. This is a lesson in QA, because it literally says model of police operational intelligence analysis. I put model of police crime analysis process. Don't know why? We will talk about QA in a minute. But Think Steps basically are a template that allow the investigator to approach the case, decompose it into separate elements, and then classify the data during the investigation accordingly. For example, one particular investigator that was interviewed, they had never investigated the type of crime that they had prepared for this interview, and it was on human trafficking. And this is where I learned that they not only use Think Steps as a way to help themselves during their own investigation to keep on track and associate data accordingly, they also use it as a training tool for people who have never, if they've never done it, they already have a template to kind of go learn. And they do something called a phenomena study. And this is where they already have the template for this crime. They go and research all of the little bits of that crime so that they know what they're looking for during the investigation. And this is a similar mind map than what you'll find in the white paper. I recreated it in Whimsical, which is free, and I love it. On the right-hand side, you will see the information about the person or persons involved in the crime. And this is just useful information for them to have readily available during their investigation. I have a small confession to make. I have ADHD, and I don't know about some other people with ADHD, but sometimes when I'm reading something, particularly if it's about anything related to sense making or cognitive science, Dr. Chris's dissertation, I get so excited, and sometimes my brain skips ahead to what I think is most interesting, and I may or may not fully understand the holistic view of what I'm reading. And when I first read about think steps, I took out key pieces, but when Rick reviewed my slides, he had pointed it out. So thank you, Rick. I realized I missed something very important, not only in my framework, but in the blogs that I've written about think steps. And you noticed on the last slide, the think steps were just words. They were just, very short things that you need to think about. During the phenomena study, the criminal investigators added the context, and what I thought was think steps was the context, because I knew in my life that's what was missing. And so today I am presenting the think steps plus the context to not only improve your own personal investigations, but also your SOPs to help with training. So my first example is a threat actor profile. This is a very repeatable report, or even if you're just doing it for an internal knowledge base. At one point or another, if you work in CTI, you've probably done a threat actor profile. And on the left-hand side, these are my think steps. And you might think, well, this looks a lot like almost like an outline of things to include in your paper, if that's your deliverable, or it could be a PowerPoint, however you're delivering the intelligence. But it's not exactly that. Similar, but not exactly. It is basically the things that I want to think about during the investigation, but not all of them may end up in the deliverable. So like previous known attacks, that, if they don't have any previous known attacks, you're not going to add that, but it is something that is critical that you should look at. And the tricky dragons, that's not a real threat actor, but it is from my book. He might look cute. He's very tricky. Don't trust him. So on the right side, the first 2 points are the intelligence requirements. And this is specifically if you're doing, I've always been at a vendor, so I always do a lot of RFIs. But even if you're doing something internal for your own knowledge base, I feel like having some type of IR is still really good. And for an SOP, all RFIs are going to be different. SOPs are going to be a little bit different. For the most part, there's a lot of IRs that are very much the same. And so I feel like having example IRs, it's another training tool that you can have. And specifically, if you have it set up so that it's similar to like what the client is going to request to help your analysts to be able to read through the lines. On the bottom, on the right-hand side, I put example information that you might get from a client or just from your own knowledge of that particular threat actor. And that's just useful information. You can even put another one like tactical audience, strategic audience. So adding the context, this is one of the think steps. Think if I just clicked on it, expand it, minority report style. I feel like, previous mentions of an example organization, it's important. And a lot of us know it's important, but if you have someone that's newer, that's getting into the field, they may not know why that's important. So I think it's important to define not only why it's important, the potential impact, but also the different types of mentions. Because not every threat actor is going to go out and be like, oh, I'm attacking example. They might say, I'm attacking a financial services institution in the United States with a revenue of 50 billion or, whatever it is. So that's tacit knowledge that I have from experience, but may not be, something that everybody knows. And I feel like we can capture that. So another shout out to Gert for his Bob Ross talk that he did, The Joy of Threat Landscaping. Because my second example was cyber threat landscape, I wanted to give his quote, which is, intelligence requirements are the sketches of my research. I absolutely love that. So on the left side, again, I have the think steps. These are the things that I would add to a report if I was doing a threat landscape report. And this one is industry specific, so it's very general, it's very broad, just as an example. And again, another example, intelligence requirement on the right. And then if I were to break out one of those intelligence think steps, expand upon it, add the context, define what it is, define the impact of that thing, define the different things to look for. Why is it important? And this is an opportunity not only for you to add education, but this is information you might actually end up putting in your report, especially if it's an executive audience. So you're just saving yourself time by having it already prepared in your SOPs. And then even going into like, how are you doing it? You know, I like to use Google Dorking because it helps with, like, at least for secondary reporting, because it gets to the point, it saves me time. So I feel like going into specific details, where are you looking for this information? What are things to look for? Why is it important? So this is a quick, I am running low on time. So I wanted to give another example. I don't have context for this one, but I wanted to show another example of how it could be used for SOPs. That's more like how the criminal investigators were using it, which is information or characteristics about a specific crime or things that you may see if you are, in your environment. So on the right-hand side, I added some intelligence requirements, but I also think this is a great opportunity, if you're going to model it like this, to put stuff that, like, common words or language that, at least if you're on a vendor, that clients use, because sometimes you'll notice when you're trying to create intelligence requirements, you have to read between the lines. You can kind of see what they want, but you have to be able to kind of put it into clearer words so that you can actually provide a deliverable. So that's another way that you can use it. So how do we operationalize this? The first thing I would say, having a central location is extremely important. And of course, I'm going to recommend Excel because, like Katie Nichols says, it is undoubtedly the best CTI tool of all time. One of the other things that I love about it is that you can add in kind of like mind maps, but then you can link it to other slides. So if you did want to expand upon it, even if it's linking to another tool, that's fine, but it's centrally located, so it's not a big goose chase for your analysts. So first thing I say is make a list of the routine tasks that your team does. And then after you've finished that, put that aside, and then make a list of the strengths of all of your team members. And the reason I say that is because sometimes when we're just thinking about routine tasks, we're just thinking about the tasks that are in our job description. But when you start thinking about the strengths of people, you start thinking about all those little single points of failure tasks that they do for us that's not really part of their job description. So you might find some more goodies in there that you can collect SOPs for. And then use your own internal resources. If you already have SOPs, just build upon them. There's no use like reinventing the wheel. And if you don't, you can start small with just a couple processes. And the way that you capture the tacit knowledge, really the meat and potatoes of the presentation, is I feel like we always say everybody learns differently, but we don't really talk about everybody teaches differently. And I don't know about you, but when I get assigned SOPs, I don't really like it. Because it's hard to go through the process and you want it to look nice and it takes time, as I said. But something that Rick's team actually did really well when I was at Digital Shadows, hat tip to Ivan Riggy, he used to videotape stuff that he did. And it was amazing for me on a remote team because I can go back and watch it. And when you're doing it on video, you might, spit out that tacit knowledge that you may not put into written work. And it was extremely useful. And I feel like sometimes you're limited because some of the investigations you're going to do is going to have client data. So you can't necessarily keep that in your SOPs. So you can sanitize it or also if you have any type of repeatable task that not necessarily related to a specific company, or if you can recreate it in a similar fashion with just information that's out there, like a known malicious things that you can put in its place. One of the things I like to do that I have actually done before is after I have finished, I had like 1 week where I had finished a tactical report and a strategic report, just so happens in the same week. And there was someone on my team that was looking to know more about my thought processes. So I got on a call with them and just kind of went over like, you know, if I'm on VirusTool, I'm looking at the, you know, malware that's communicating with it. And then I'm looking at the related, you know, infrastructure. And then I might go on, if I'm doing like a strategic report, I like to use Unit 42's playbook. They have a lot of industry specific stuff. SecureWorks has some stuff. Leaping Computer is a great knowledge base. If you just go in and you type in like whatever your industry is, financial services or whatever, then you could see every time they've tagged that in a story, and that's extremely useful information. And this is just stuff that, you know, we might think is obvious, but it's not going to be obvious to other team members. So I think pay attention or ask your team members, how do they like to learn? Do they like to follow along? Do they like to not talk to anyone and just read it? Do they like screenshots? But also ask them, how do they like to teach? Because if they are just going to get on a Zoom call, even if you're able to just record it, or if they're just going to explain it, maybe even just in a lunch and learn type situation where they're just explaining their thought process, that might be more comfortable for them, and everyone will still get the knowledge. And you could even record, you know, that for people that missed it. And then peer review, as we saw, very important. And I think it's really important to not just look for grammar mistakes, but look for like actually try to do that thing and have your managers do it, have your seniors do it, have your newbies do it, and try to go through the process. Because if you can't follow the steps or you have one part that doesn't work, you have to document that. And onboarding is a great time to review your SOPs, but I will say every organization that I've been at is really good at asking me, you know, what are my opinions are about the onboarding process? What are my opinions about their SOPs and their processes? They're always looking for feedback. I don't know about you, but I'm never going to be like, oh, it's garbage. It's total garbage. Thank you for hiring me, but let me make fun of you. So don't expect your newbies to actually answer that question. Ask, but they might not answer. What you should be doing is asking them, how is it going? And if you notice that they are reading an SOP and it doesn't make sense to them, or some part of it's disconnecting, especially if it's something technical and they're getting some type of error, that's a cue for you to update it or to get someone else to update it, put it on your to-do list. It's not a job for your newbie to figure it out. It's just your cue as a senior or a manager to get that fixed, so it's easier for the next person. And lastly, make sure it's a living document. It's hard. Chasing SOPs down and getting them done, it is hard. It takes time, but it's worth it. I have seen pure chaos and not a lot of processes in place, and I've seen when there's a lot of processes and a lot of SOPs, and it makes your life 100 times better as an analyst on your day-to-day, even if you have to do extra work, because it's organized. So I do think there is light at the end of the tunnel, and you will see rewards for that. And then anytime, again, if you're switching tools and your SOPs are for that specific tools, try and update that, or any changes to existing tasks, any new ideas that get created into a task, it's a great way to do it. So remember, our brains are amazing at how we make sense of the world around us, but you're not going to remember everything. So if you know you're wired to forget, then why not capture that data while you still have it? It takes time, but it is worth it. And try to keep them up to date. Try to not only talk about what it is you're doing, how you're doing it, why you're doing it, and avoid single points of failure. And while you're avoiding single points of failure, make sure you're not impeding on creative freedom, unless you want to, then that's on you. But also adding the think steps as a template, specifically for those repeatable tasks that you have, not only like internal tasks, but whether it's RFIs, reports, and then that information can be used not only to help your analysts stay on task during their investigations, but also for training other employees. And I finished on time. Thank you. Yes. I didn't talk too fast. Sorry, Ashton.
No, you did great. You did great. Okay, there are some questions. There's a lot of comments in here too. One of the questions Clayton asked online is, with constantly changing tools and risk measures, is there a good knowledge management tool or solution that you would recommend organizations use?
Excel. Again, I'm a CTI analyst that was born in like startups, and so I'm not used to having like paid tools. And so I think a lot of the stuff that you can do in CTI, you can do with free tool. Not that Excel is free, I guess you have to pay for that, but still, I mean, like Whimsical is what I personally use for mind mapping. It's, whatever the tool is that you use, it's just make sure it's something that your team likes to use, because if they don't like to use it, they're not going to continue using it and it won't be up to date.
It actually builds on, I don't know if Gert Jan's in here, I can't see, but you had a comment in yours is like, use the tool that the organization has. It's already there. You're not trying to get budget for something new.
Exactly.
So if it's Jira, Confluence, a mind mapping tool, whatever it is, just leverage that tool.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can build a business case to buy something bigger or better, over time. I found it to be a good thing not to just ask for budget for new stuff when you already have something that can help address it.
And then you also have to go learn that new tool. So that's an
You got to do
SOP
an
in
SOP
itself.
on that too. Andy had a question around, it's probably around SOP management a little bit, but do you recommend nesting SOPs within SOPs or separating them?
That's a great question. And I think it just depends on your team. I personally like to nest them. Like if I'm writing my own notes, or if I were to get tasked with it, I would, just because if it's a repeatable task, specifically if it's like an RFI that you're going to have, there might be variations that you may want to include, like different pathways, as you will, maybe like a yes, no, leads this way, leads that way, create your own journey type thing.
Choose your own adventure.
Yeah, choose your own adventure.
Sally has a comment, and I really like this one because I'm like an SAT geek. But her comment was, I'm wondering if some of the questions from the right-hand side of some of your diagrams on the Intel requirement scoping could benefit from a few of the simpler SATs, like checks for some cognitive bias and then a key assumptions check.
Yes. Yes. And I personally, when I do my own mind maps, I don't put the entire IR. I just put the key points, because if there's more words, then sometimes my brain's like, yeah, I don't want to read that. So I will take out the key points. I will even write, is it a tactical audience? Is it executive audience? If there's anything that I want to keep in mind for bias check, I think it's very important. It's really whatever you want to keep in mind during your investigations, or what you want your team members to keep in mind.
I do highly recommend the key assumptions check is a very easy one to do. You can go Google it and find stuff in any product that you produce, or even things that you do in your personal life. Check your assumptions, check for bias. I think that's a really good thing. There's a couple others in there. I mean, video seemed to resonate with folks. People are making recommendations on specific tools to use. Sai has a question, and I don't have all the context on it, but it's, should we enforce SOPs, human analyst behavior versus SOPs? Who will win?
It depends. It's challenging. And I think it goes back to how people like to teach. And, tacit knowledge is more challenging to get out of some people just because of the way that they teach. But I think the specific behaviors that people do is critical. Because if we're thinking like back in like apprentice times, that's how people learned. And like going back to like Gert's talk of like, we're missing this storytelling in CTI, and it's critical for people to learn. Like people shouldn't have to flounder and try to figure out what things are. We should teach them and guide them.
Set them up for success. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up and move on to our next presenter. So thank you very much, Nicole.
Thank you.
So next up, we're going to have a recorded talk from Josh from Proofpoint. And I think the back's going to get this one set up for us.
Hello, welcome to my talk. Writing up the Agile Sky and inside view of TA453's cyber operations and support to the IRGC. Excited to have you here, and apologies for not being able to be there in person. Let's go ahead and get started. Who is TA453? They are a persistent targeted Iranian aligned cyber threat, also known as Phosphorus, Charming Kitten, IPG 018, APT 42. They target academics, think tanks, different government agencies, as more as we'll talk about. Typically, they'll target individuals in the Middle East, US, and some Europe targeting as well. We attribute them to Iran, specifically the IRGC-IO, which we'll talk about why we believe that. So we just talked a little bit about who Charming Kitten is. We'll talk about who I am. We'll talk about the different TA453 teams. We'll talk about the infrastructure, some ways to track it, as well as the holistic support that they provide to the IRGC. And then we'll talk a little bit at a meta level about attribution and clustering of this activity and why it is can be a case study for why each individual vendor should have their own name. A little bit about myself. My name is Joshua Miller. I'm a senior threat researcher focusing on state-aligned threats from the Middle East and North Africa. I work for Proofpoint, which is an email security company. I'm also a captain in the Army Reserve and just started as an adjunct professor. Previously, I've been working with Blue Cross Blue Shield and FBI Chicago. I'm not on Twitter anymore. You can reach me on Keybase, sometimes on Mastodon. Big fan of Lemonade, and I believe that it's good to get the most controversial opinions out there early. So I think avocados are disgusting and coffee is overrated. Because this is a virtual talk, I will not be offended if you get up and leave. I won't even know that you're leaving. So please feel free to leave if that offends you. So let's start with the many sides of Charming Kitten. All of these images are from Crayon or the mini Dolly. These are not ones I came up with myself. These are all AI generated. We're going to start off with Dev0270 or Nemesis Kitten, subcluster of Phosphorus, internet-wide scanning, ransomware extortion. I believe there's a talk about them yesterday, or will be the first day of the conference. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to see that yet. But I'm looking forward to it. So some of the TTPs dumping into LSAS using BitLocker. This was not targeted though. They did hit a children's hospital. They did hit a civilian executive branch agency, a US Police Department, but they're not specific targetedness to their attack. They also use a ton of different vulnerabilities. We don't see a lot of Nemesis Kitten or Dev0270, so we rely on our friends at Microsoft and other places to sort of report on those. One note, throughout the presentation, you'll see QR codes. These QR codes go in our citations to different reporting that I've used. Or blogs that we put out as an easy way for you to see the research that we've referenced. There's a lot of good research out there on Charming Kitten, and we want to make sure that the correct people get the right citations. So the first subcluster of Charming Kitten is what we call spoof scholars. They're spoofing academics with free email addresses, the Outlooks, Gmails, Yahoos, benign conversations. They just want to connect to talk about X, Y, or Z. And then once they do send personalized credential harvest they're personalized and filled to the individual that was sent to them. What's interesting about spoof scholars is that they compromise university affiliated websites. So websites that may not be directly a university website, but may be related. In this case, we saw it was the SOAS, their radio station website was compromised. And you can see here, it's very convenient. They say, hey, you can sign in with any of these email providers. Just let us know, sign in, and then you'll see the credit harvest page of those, gather those credentials. Spoof scholars is a set we track a little bit separately. We see less of actually compromised websites from them because a lot of what we see is actually actor controlled and part of idealistic Sky. So Idealistic Sky, they are again using benign conversations. They're using actor created email accounts, those Gmails, Outlooks, Hotmail sometimes. A lot of times they will send unsolicited blank emails or draft emails, sort of just try to trick some email security products, or at least attempt to. They do have relatively good English. So most of the time, if you're looking at this, yes, there's going to be grammatical errors, but you're not necessarily going to be able to pick out, yes, that is an Iranian behind the conversation. The English is much better than I think a lot of people would expect. A lot of times they might send a Google Teams like, hey, connect to a Google meeting, but really you're supposed to be a Zoom. And throughout this, we talk about the shifting kill chains. So they are very good at iterating and keep on trying to infect their victims based off of different kill chains. So there's a unofficial BuzzFeed quiz about whether or not you're talking to an Iranian hacker. But when they talk about these benign conversations, what are they talking about? We see a lot of interviews and podcasts, Middle East politics, human rights, new books that they understand if people are coming out with a new book, then they're going to be doing publicity for it. Those sort of things. We do see them focus a lot also on nuclear policy. Obviously, the different nuclear negotiations that are going on with Iran are a big deal. They want to know what the people behind the policy are thinking. And we did see with the conflict in Ukraine versus in Russia, we did see some shift to talking about Eurasia and some Ukraine leaders as well. Another big thing that Idealistic Sky does is think tank spoofing. So these are just some of the think tanks that have been spoofed. None of these are specifically victims, but they are spoofed in order to present more realistic kill chains to the targets. One of those kill chains look like, here's two examples. So in the top one, it begins again with benign conversation. A Dropbox link is sent after sometimes days of conversation to a benign PDF. There's no exploits in the PDF, no malware, just a PDF. But inside that PDF, there's a link to a URL shortener and IP tracker. And then that then leads to an actor controlled domain that harvests the credentials. Another example, after benign conversation, a malicious URL is sent. And in this case, there's two things. One, there's the IP tracker, and then two, there's the phishing page. That phishing page, the metadata from that is sent to a Telegram page, and that's the Ideal Sky Telegram page that Charming Kitten was using. That's the same page that the IP tracker was also sending to. That's sort of the inspiration for the title of this blog. The Ideal Sky Telegram was named by the Iranians themselves. And so what is the Telegram? So due to a misconfiguration within the Telegram, we were able to grab the data and be able to analyze that. So from October 2021 through September of 2022, there are approximately 3,500 entries. Entries were for testing, the accurate testing, IP tracking, redirects, and URL clicks. Targets that we saw, there were 8 think tanks, 2 universities, 6 different foreign governments, and close to 300 personal email accounts. And obviously the goal is to capture those email credentials. I would note that this, even though there's a lot of data here, we believe that this Telegram was just one of the Telegrams used by Charming Kitten and doesn't give a complete picture of what Charming Kitten's been up to. And in fact, when Google reported on Telegram being used by Charming Kitten, they referenced a different Telegram group that had been opened. So this Telegram group was then shut down by Telegram once the Google report came out in September 2022. So the next cluster we see is called false robbery. What we see here is a big thing is the use of compromised accounts. So rather than actor created accounts, they're using compromised accounts, often with direct links, targeting high value targets. So for example, one of these, in late 2021, there was a politician who made comments about the negotiations going on with Iran. About 5 days later, their press secretary was targeted via a compromised account by this subset of Charming Kitten. So these are very much reflective of what's going on in the news, and sort of more, we think, high value targets. These aren't not everyone gets to use or it gets targeted by these individuals. So while Charming Kitten, the majority of Charming Kitten does collect information by spear phishing and credentials, we do see malware. So in fall of 2021, we saw this used against diplomatic targets. Both PwC and Checkpoint have both write papers on this. It's called, we call it Ghost Echo. Checkpoint calls it Charm Power. Was first used against diplomatic targets, specifically those embassies in Iran. And we, by seeing it over time, over a couple of months, we saw active development and then also obfuscation, trying to avoid that side protection. Basically, the macro that drops PowerShell that then sends posts to this command and control and then waits for the commands to run. All the modules that came back seem to be espionage focused, and the Checkpoint research really goes in depth on what those look like. But gathering information, screenshots, exfiltration of information, that sort of thing. So that's sort of the malware side of Charming Kitten, which is we don't see nearly as often as the spear phishing side of things. So then, most recently, we saw Korg, and Korg was the latest example of remote template injection that we saw following up on the PwC research. So basically here you have multi-persona impersonation that send a OneDrive URL with a phish to a password protected document. They then provide that document within that conversation over email. That document has a remote template injection that downloads Korg and then exfiltrates all that information to the Telegram server. It exfiltrates the list of running processes, the username, the IP information. What was interesting here is that there was no C2 information. There wasn't waiting for a command to come back. There wasn't any sort of bilateral communication. It was just collect information and send it off. Our hypothesis is that there was other exploitation being done. Once you have a list of running processes, you can sort of identify what may be vulnerable to different scanning or different exploits. But we're not sure. This was definitely more targeted than the previous malware, Charm Power, but it's still something that we're not sure what happened here as far as why there wasn't no command and control. And I said multi-persona impersonation, I didn't really define that. So when we talk about multi-persona impersonation, what we're talking about is more than two actor-controlled personas on a single thread. TA453 is not the first threat actor to do this. In fact, we actually see a proof point with some of the more advanced email fraud or business email compromise actors. But what you see here is an example where in order to build the social proof and take advantage of that social proof, one actor control email will email a target and CC another actor. That actor that's CC'd will then be like, yes, I agree, this is a great opportunity, and sort of build the social proof for the initial approach. Sometimes they'll share passwords, sometimes they'll say, hey, I'm so sorry. In one example here, you actually see, so Carol had sent the example of, hey, would you read my article and comment on it? She, in this example, in the screenshot, we do see her providing the password, but in the same conversation, 2 days later, when the individual had not responded, the target, one of the other personas dropped Carol from the email and then said, hey, I am so sorry for Carol's timeliness. Here's the password. Please let us know if you have any questions. So they definitely try to play off the social proof and sort of take advantage of the fact that there's sort of this authority that comes with having one of your peers, often a trusted peer, validate this TA453 persona. So we also see a lot of ad hoc testings. So it's not just people involved in foreign policy. It's not just people involved in diplomacy. So we do see a lot of, especially starting back in 2021, actually, we saw a lot of targeting of women's and gender studies experts. So prior to all of the revolution and protests going on in Iran, the IRGC clearly cared about women's and gender studies, and specifically those, maybe those that had been talking to them. We also see both Bad Blood, which is one of the first campaigns we published on with this group, but also just recently with the multi-persona impersonation, where they're going after organ regeneration research. So some really advanced medical research that they're interested in. We also see them targeting an engineer at an aerospace company who was involved in space research. Sort of interesting. We don't necessarily know why. We know the IRGC cares about research, or cares about space rather, and is inserting themselves into the Iran space program. So maybe they wanted to have some understanding of what was going on in that space. One of the really interesting ones for us was a Florida-based realtor. And if you look, this is the screenshot we have where they're saying they want to film some content and look at that. So what's interesting here though, is that this realtor at the time was actually had multiple sales for homes near US CENTCOM. Obviously CENTCOM is responsible for the US military presence in the Middle East. So it would make sense that the IRGC would be interested in having some sort of location near that organization. Unfortunately, we blocked this, so we didn't get to see what happened, but they were at least interested. One of the ways specifically for this one that we attributed it was based off of the tracking pixel. So there's a 1x1 tracking pixel in here that links to a site profilepic.site that we attributed to TA453 based off some infrastructure overlaps that we've seen previously. And we'll look at a blog that we did later on about some of these ad hoc taskings, and there's some more details in that blog. We've also seen US-based government officials. What's interesting about this is it's not just, hey, here's a random blur for US officials, but it's, hey, here's a veteran study, or hey, hire our heroes. It's very much themed to what you would expect a veteran or a member of the military would be interested in. We also saw same individual that targeted both US-based government officials as well as Middle East oil and gas industry. And that same persona, Samantha, also then started lodging complaints against different European militaries using the same Samantha Gmail. So sort of interesting, you have a persona that is used across programs, if you will. So you have espionage, you have targeting of academics and oil and gas, all by the same persona, which is super interesting. And then as far as the ad hoc taskings in that idealistic sky telegram, there was also a lot of targeting of Iranian travel agencies. This makes sense when you consider that the IRGC has responsibility for keeping track of Iranians coming to and from and traveling to and from Iran. So it makes sense that there would be interest in Iranian travel agencies, and then also foreign embassy personnel. So not just members of the embassy or foreign members of the embassy, but also people who are teaching at the school, the local schools, that sort of thing, were all of interest to Charmy Kidden. So they're interested in all these things. What do they do? So Human Rights Watch recently published a great blog, and we identified a couple of different things. One, they do use at times these compromised accounts for their phishing, and we'll see examples of that soon. But they also use Google Takeout to sort of exfiltrate all of the information all at once. And they also synchronize the mailbox to a Microsoft service. So sort of, again, it's sort of the exfiltration of that information for then later processing by the IRGC. One of the ways that we track TA453 is through their infrastructure. We see a couple different pages, different types of pages. We see credential harvesting pages that are actor controlled. We see spoofing pages about different universities or think tanks. We also see URL owners and command and control. There's a lot of good research on different Charmy Kidden infrastructure. This is just one example of how this IP, which was hosting Charmy Kidden command and control infrastructure, hosts a variety of different domains that also were used for that command and control. So they don't isolate their infrastructure well. We do see the use of unique TLDs like .site, .icu, .info, and .xyz. And that combined with some other unique registration patterns helps us attribute these different types of infrastructure to Charmy Kidden. And I know we started with talking about holistic support to IRGC operations. That's one of the exciting things I think about this talk. So let's talk about what we see, and you can make your own choice on whether or not Charmy Kidden is supporting the IRGC. So in May of 2022, Shin Bet identified the IRGC activity designed to lure Israeli targets abroad to kidnap them. In December of 2021, we see, and this is reflected also in the reporting by Shin Bet, that this domain was given to invite a researcher to observe strategic dialogue. So you have them inviting people to conferences, obviously for dialogue to then possibly kidnap them. In May of 2022, that we saw an intimidation campaign. So what we saw was one individual targeted by 3 different compromised accounts, some of which were very high value accounts, meaning the individuals were high ranking military intelligence personnel or important NGOs, but 3 different compromised accounts using the same domain to deliver this message of intimidation. This message in Hebrew basically says, we're watching you, every email you get could be from us, we're following you. Basically, it's meant to intimidate the individual. And message, and specifically mentions physical surveillance of watching the individual. So that was super off for us and something that was unique. And that get together quest, which is where the image was hosted on, was shared infrastructure with the previous identified domain by this relation, but about the invitation to the strategic dialogue. So this is an example of, instead of just phishing or sort of trying to get this individual's credentials, they would just straight up, hey, here's messages, we just want to mess with you, which is unique for TA453 and pretty aggressive as far as espionage related or state aligned phishing campaigns go. So additionally, and on top of all of that, in August of 2022, the DOJ announced indictments against some individuals who were plotting to murder former U.S. officials, including the former national security advisor. So this came out in August. What was interesting is for us, a close affiliate of one of the 2 individuals that was targeted in the plot was also successfully compromised by the Korg malware in the middle of 2022. So you have a close affiliate of someone who's being plotted, whose murder is being plotted, targeted by Charming Kitten malware. That's super interesting to us. And now, on the other hand, I will say that that same individual was targeted during their time in government with traditional phishing links from the Idealistic Sky Telegram that we talked about. So it's not a straight line to say, yes, this is directly operational supporting IRGC, but it's definitely interesting enough for us to sort of put it out there. As far as attribution goes, so we attribute TA453 to the IRGC-IO, which is the intelligence organization of the IRGC. A couple of different ways we do this. One, on a soft level, the targets that we see reflect what the IRGC has been published as their mandate. Additionally, the U.S. indictments against Monica Witt, who is an Air Force officer who defected to Iran, specifically to call out how she was providing intelligence packets to the IRGC-IO in order to phish them over social media and email. And then lastly, U.S. intelligence against Nemesis Kitten. We do see some indictments against and sanctions against the Nemesis Kitten and different front companies. So closing up, excuse me, Charming Kitten, this is a great overview of what Charming Kitten looks like for us as far as different names for different vendors. Everyone has our own name. We know that T453 pretty much maps to what Mandiant calls AT42. We also know that TF453 is a subset of what Microsoft tracks as phosphorus. Nemesis Kitten sort of is a subset of phosphorus as well. APT35, yes, there is some reporting that has APT35 activity that is actually Charming Kitten, but a lot of it's separate. Some of it falls under Tortoiseshell, some of it falls under TA455, which is a different group. And so this is sort of our way of looking at overlap for TF453 and for actors of saying, hey, it's not a one-to-one, there's overlaps. And so we need to talk with industry, talk with friends at different places, sort of understanding what makes the most sense as far as overlapping and sort of showing this is what we see as proof point. We see the phishing side of things, we don't see necessarily the ransomware side of things, and sort of deferring it and illustrating that in a way that makes sense for our customers and consumers. So quick mitigations. The biggest one here the Emerging Threats Pro rule set. It's really cheap. We put a lot of intel into there. So if you're not an Emerging Threats customer, please consider it. We talked a lot about today. If you have any questions, please reach out. I do want to say thank you to the Proofpoint Threat Insight team, as well as partners, Simeon and Ned at Mystic, as well as Marcus and Tag, CrowdStrike, Mania, PwC, and more. There are a lot of people working on this threat for Charming Kitten, and that collaboration is really important for going against a state-aligned actor like Charming Kitten. So with that, I will end for any questions. And thank you so much for having me, and look forward to chatting with you in the future.
And we can clap. Awesome. Thanks to Joshua Miller for being able to put that together for us. He had hoped and thought he would be here in person, but it didn't work out. And one of the great things about how we learned to pivot to online summits during the pandemic is that means something like this, when a speaker, has a conflict they can't get out of, but still really want to share their information, pretty easy for us to get in. Josh is also in Slack answering all the questions. He's been going through during the talk and answering questions, which was really, really cool. But let's just remember that our next presenters, that she will be on the stage, cannot do that. So don't start shouting answers, even though you were able to do that the last talk. So please welcome Sydney Jones up, talking about different sizes of CTI programs.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sydney Jones, and I'm here to talk to you about how to use CTI in various size information security teams, from that one person doing InfoSec to 10 plus people on a CTI team. So here's what we'll be covering. I just wanted to get through, I've been talking to other speakers here today in the past and preparing for the summit on different topics that are presented at various intelligence summits, and nobody's really talking about how to use CTI in your various size teams. We do a lot of discussions on how to make and tailor your products for your customers, but we're not talking about how to tailor your actual team. So here's what we'll be covering. A bit about myself. So I lead the CTI team at BNP Paribas here in the US. Prior to that, I led a CTI program in another large bank and also in an exchange. I also developed an external engagement program at my last firm. And I have several years in the Department of Defense, again, as a CTI analyst and doing intelligence policy advice. I also am in various committees within the Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and co-chair of the Critical Infrastructure Subcommittee at the Intelligence and National Security Alliance. And outside of all of that, I find time to have fun. So I am also an avid sailor and dancer. So let's start off with a couple of questions. I asked them to raise the lights on this slide. How many of you think that any IT department needs an intelligence function? Not as many as I thought. Okay, I think they do. But I also have been an intelligence professional most of my career. So I think it's really in how it's used that is the best thing. I don't think we all need to be writing those long form intelligence reports that a lot of speakers thought was what an intelligence function did yesterday. I think we can do a little bit more of information sharing within your company. And then the last couple of questions I have, and then you can bring lights back down. How many of you have CTI as one of the many functions you're responsible for? Okay, about 5%. How many of you have been that one person doing CTI, the only person? Okay, less than 5%. Okay, that's good. That I guess more of you have actually done CTI on a larger team. So we'll be covering, again, like I said, from that one person, kind of MacGyvering information security, making sure that the networks are up. Then going through like a small or medium-sized CTI team, and then up to that larger CTI team of like 10 plus people. I will be kind of building upon each team, so please don't kind of tune out. If you are in a bigger team, don't wait till the end to listen. And then if you are in a smaller team, don't forget about what's coming up, just because this will give you some advice on how you can mature your program and kind of ask for more resources you'll have the ability to tell them, hey, this is what I can provide you in return for those resources. And that's it for my poll the audience question. Okay, so what about that one person doing information security? My biggest advice that I will stop here is to be a part of your sector's information sharing and analysis center or analysis organization, your ISAC and ISAO. It's a big thing here within the US, and I've noticed that we have a lot of people from other countries and probably online. They do have similar programs outside of the US as well. Freddie spoke yesterday from the Nordic Financial CERT, or CERT, I think is what it is. Freddie had a talk yesterday, so go look for that. There's also FSISAC is global. There's a group in Israel as well, and I'm sure there's others that I am not aware of. So within the US, there are 25 different ISACs and ISAOs that are listed on the National Council of ISACs website. So your sector is probably a part of one. What they do is they can give you a lot of information specific to your sector. So you're not going to be inundated with all of this information that's out there about all the threats that are going on globally. It's kind of narrowing it down for you. And then also within your sector, they're going to have those smaller groups. So I would suggest that you reach out to the membership director or whoever your account representative is for that ISAC and ask them, hey, this is my niche business within my sector, and that's what I'm trying to find out more about. Within finance, which is where I have spent a good chunk of my career, the FSISAC has groups devoted to the broker-dealers, insurance companies, exchanges, and then any other kind of smaller subsets. And then for those of you who might not know, not everyone in finance actually cares about credit card fraud, which for me is kind of a blessing. It gives me a little bit more time to focus in on other threats that I am actually concerned about. So it's within these groups that we can kind of find out a little bit more information. And in my last company, I actually started a smaller group devoted to the market segment. So we were more concerned about our smaller clients and how they could get information specific to their firms and their threats. We thought if we could help protect them and get them kind of talking with each other about threats that they're seeing, it would actually protect the market overall and keep the sector as a whole, or at least hopefully as a whole, more secure from those threats. Separately, within these ISACs, they also have regional focused groups. So it's not specific to your actual smaller subsector, but it can be based on where you are located geographically. So this is instead of just going to their annual summit once a year, seeing everybody and getting, a lot of fun out of it, you're actually meeting up quarterly, hopefully, or more often, and getting to meet the peers within your geographic area. So you can have those conversations, those smaller groups, which is actually really great. So that's kind of a lot about the ISAC. I really like the ISAC. Some people may not, but I think it's a good place to start. And then after that, I would say even beyond the US, you can look at the CISA vulnerability catalog. They actually post a lot of updates on vulnerabilities that are actively being exploited. And they update it on their website, which I actually made sure to put on the screen, which I hope is big enough for you guys to read. So that way, if you're that one person caring about literally everything going on in your company, you can kind of prioritize your patching cycle based on what's actively being exploited. They will actually also prepare monthly summaries dependent on your sector and provide those as well, saying, hey, within your sector in the past month, we've noticed that even older vulnerabilities are being exploited. So you can go back and make sure that your patching is up to date if needed. And with all of this information, that's a lot to come through. So you may want to talk to your firm about using either a SIEM or a TIP. Not my preference at the size team, but it's a lot for one person to handle. So if you have the budget, it's something you can consider. As far as outputs, I really don't think you're going to have time for any intelligence outputs. You already have a lot going on. So just kind of help this or use this information to help inform your processes you already have in place. So for a smaller information security team, so a little bit bigger than one person, but still not that large, kind of pay attention to what we just talked about, but another way that you can kind of help with that information and any additional information you're looking at externally is an open source aggregator. So I've been using the free version of Feedly. I know free tools are popular here. Feedly does have a paid version, but I've been using the free one for I don't know how many years at this point. I am actually putting in the CISA information that we just talked about, as well as some FBI pins, flashes. In the financial sector, we get FINRA notices about phishing campaigns that are ongoing. I'll have that in there. And any security blogs that I'm following, Proofpoint just gave a talk listing multiple different blogs that they are citing. So that's another thing that you can add into your Feedly or any other aggregator you choose to use, and as well as any news sources that you like. And I would suggest that you kind of keep tweaking this as it's needed. You know, if you're interested in a paid version, Feedly has a paid version, Data Miner and Sprinkler are other options as well. And for my Twitter users, if you still enjoy Twitter, I think TweetDeck is still available. So don't quote me on that, but I hope it is. And then some things you can also monitor for are data and credential leaks. For this, you can either use a paid vendor, or you can also check, have I been pwned or breached SANS to see if your information's been out there. What else do I have on here? And then OSINT frameworks. I learned this in my OSINT class via SANS. They have so many things on that website that they actually update. So not only just for this slide as well, but future slides, that's a good resource to go back and look at. And again, still no additional outputs that I'm asking you guys to do or even try to do, because you're still focused on that broader information security mission. You're really just going to be looking to monitor and detect anything that you can. Okay, so we're at a CTI conference. When are we going to talk about CTI teams? So this is the one I wanted to start with. So a small team of 1 to 3 analysts. There's a lot of external information that I've just covered, but I really think that this is when you can start focusing on your internal telemetry and tying in all of that external information to what's internal. This would mean your SOC data or any other logs that you have access to. And through this, you can start using the ISAC information about phishing campaigns or malware hits occurring in your sector, comparing it to see if you're having similar issues going on at your firm. This is also when a tip would actually come in quite handy, because you can tie in that external data to your internal data. And then if you're looking to do malware analysis, we talked about malware analysis yesterday. A couple of tools would be abuse.ch, virus total, and hybrid analysis. I also put on here CCERT gadgets. It was on the OSINT framework site, so that's another resource you could use. For your focus here, it's going to be on that operational lens, and you're talking about tactical, operational, and strategic. And your outputs, I really want you to start with those intelligence requirements that we've talked about throughout this conference. An example that I like to start off with as a big intelligence requirement, you know, you're only going to have like 4 to 8 overarching ones. If you have more than that, it's going to be way too many for you to think about. So a big one that I always start with when I go to a new team is, hey, are we looking at information related to a campaign targeting us or a peer that's very similar to us? That should be your main goal. What are your crown jewels and what are the threats that are trying to get to that? So that's my advice in regards to intel requirements. And then you're going to use those intel requirements to create some type of reporting or information that you're sharing with other teams. So I give you some advice here for working with your incident response team. You're going to look through those phishing metrics. You're going to look through the phishing campaigns that are going on within your ISAC channels, kind of comparing, contrasting, seeing if you're seeing similar hits. Don't just be like, hey, we saw this in FSISAC. Here you go, SOC. Go see if we have it. You can actually go look for that. And then if you get a hit, you can pass it on to the SOC for them to do additional research. And if there are no hits, you can just put it in your tip or your SIEM, and then it'll notify you if you have something in the future. For your vulnerability management team, again, it goes back to that CISA alerts or any other reporting that you're using for vulnerabilities. You want to let them know, hey, we saw this vulnerability that's being patched, but it's actually actively being exploited in our sector. Maybe that's the one that you guys want to patch first. Then wanted to talk about exercises and red teaming activities. A lot of people have a hard time understanding or thinking through what should the red team look to exercise or implement, so you can provide the real world intelligence about what's been going on in the past few months, past week, past year, depending on how often they do those exercises. So an example that came out last week is malware now being delivered via OneNote attachments. So that's something you may want to see if your red team could exercise. And then if that's not enough, if you have time, you can do some weekly reports. Some teams of this size do weekly reporting to their staff. It can be either technical or operational reporting lines that you're reporting this to. So this would be external intelligence that you're seeing and trying to tie that back to your intelligence requirements. I'm not saying do a summary of news articles. Please do not do that. Otherwise, they're going to think that's all you do. So you're actually wanting to tie the external intelligence back to your firm. So where's your firm operating? Where are they looking to expand their business to? Who are their clients? Are they operating in a high-risk operational area? What are the threats for that? What are the threat actors targeting your sector this week? That type of thing. For a mid-size CTI team, this is actually when you can start adding in that strategic focus and focus on all three aspects of intelligence that we've talked about. And your analysts can start kind of deciding which one they might like more interesting. I'm a strategic analyst, but I love my tactical analysts because they love the malware. And so some things that you can look for as far as inputs, if you have the budget, and I'm assuming if you have a team this size, you have a little bit more budget, I would suggest adding in a dark web monitoring vendor so they can start looking on the dark web, seeing if there's anything talking about threat actors wanting to target you specifically or your type of firm, so you don't have to go out there. Nation state or espionage focused vendor is also really helpful at this point. And then if you don't have that money, at least for the nation state vendors, a lot of them will provide blog updates and security blog updates, as we mentioned earlier, on the larger activities that they're seeing. So you can at least kind of add that into what you're wanting to report back to the firm. If you want a more powerful OSINT aggregator, like I mentioned earlier, this is another time you could probably start adding that in since you're going to have enough analysts focusing on that. And then also a domain monitoring tool. So this is when you're trying to look back through to see if anyone's kind of doing weird things to your domains, but then also when you're trying to figure out, hey, we saw this happening from such and such domain, where does that tie back into infrastructure wise? As far as outputs, you can do a lot more on the sector trends, threats that you're seeing sector-wide, geopolitical events and how that could impact your business line or your bottom dollar, and business strategy. Are you looking to operate in a new location? Are you looking to add in a new line of business in finance? A lot of people want to add in crypto for some reason. Don't do it. Please don't. You can also do some products through your physical security and business continuity teams as well. So this would be, are there cyber threats that could actually happen at the same time as a physical disruption to one of your locations? Or again, you are looking to expand into a high-risk operational area. What are the cyber threats involved in doing that? And then my personal favorite you could start trying to do here is external partnerships. This would just be an additional duty if someone has some time, maybe one or two analysts. And what do I mean by external partnerships? I'm a big proponent of having relationships with your local law enforcement and government entities prior to an incident. So I know that a lot of people aren't really sure where to start, but it's a good thing to kind of get to know who those people are. You can also start building more one-on-one trusted relationships within your sector. So again, like I said, do this prior to an incident. You don't want to be dealing with a ransomware attack and trying to figure out who to call. You want to already know who they are. Be like, hey, dude, yeah, it was great seeing you last week. By the way, I need your help. You want to have that relationship already. And it's also good use for intelligence collection because you already have those relationships and someone might tell you, hey, we're seeing XYZ activity before they even put it in ISAC. Then for a larger team of analysts coming from the government and into a large multinational bank, I kind of used to think this is what a CTI team was. I've learned over the years, this is not a CTI team in most places. It is usually, the Fortune 100 banks or 100 companies that, or the government or security vendors that have the size team. But if you are fortunate enough I guess, fortunate enough to work for one of them. This is some advice for your size team. Again, I'm assuming at this point, you're going to have a lot of budget because you're going to have this many people. So you're going to look at some specialized vendors. And what do I mean by specialized? So some firms are actually building specific teams for specific threats. And that's going beyond your strategic threats. They're looking at, hey, we've seen a lot in the supply chain sector. We're really concerned about that. So let's look for some vendors that can help us explore that option. Or in the cryptocurrency world, or blockchain, chain analysis is really great and useful for people who are concerned about that. You can also double up on your vendors. So if you have a specific region that you're focused on, some vendors are better at focusing on certain regions. So you can add in a vendor that's focusing on that. Some firms of this size are also very concerned about brand protection. And what do I mean by that? You're concerned about how your brand is seen online, or if there are scams implicating your brand without your permission. So you're looking for tools that will be monitoring for new domains that pop up, impersonating your brand, social media accounts that are impersonating your brand, or possibly your C-suite. And I'm not just talking about deep fakes. And then when we get into your outputs, it's still going to be the same reporting lines, but you're going to add in a little bit more because you're going to have those more niche teams. So your supply chain cell that some firms have, you're going to be working with your third-party risk management team as an example, and the relationship managers for those vendors. You're going to be talking to them regularly, talking to them about the threats you're seeing, all these data breaches that keep happening to our vendors these days. I don't know how many I've seen in the FSI tech realm this month. It's been a lot of just vendors that we were concerned about. And then, they're going to build those reporting lines specifically for that. And the other one I had was cryptocurrency, because again, I work in finance. There are cells that are actually very much concerned in the thefts of cryptocurrency and monitoring those threat actors on a daily basis. And then again, external engagement. I think at this point, you can actually have that one person who's focused on it, maybe two full time. And that's going beyond just the relationship with law enforcement. This is, building those relationships with the cross-sector engagements of, everyone is dependent on energy and telecommunications. I don't care what sector you're in, you're dependent on that for your business. So you're kind of building those relationships across your ISACs through the different cross ISAC channels. You're finding other information sharing groups that you can talk to. You're talking to academia, you're talking to other government sectors. You're talking beyond US government or your local government. So anyways, that can be a whole other talk in and of itself. So if you want to talk to me about external engagement, you can see me after. Okay, so I've given you a lot of information. Hopefully it was enough for you guys to absorb, but I want you to think of some questions before I show you a summary slide. Where are you now in regards to CTI? And where do you want to be? And how can you get there? So I hope that this talk gave you some ideas of how you can kind of mature your team, and some things that you can do to convince your management of why you need more resources, or when you get those resources that you'll be able to provide them better outputs. I had meant to tell you I was going to give you a summary slide of everything, but here's a summary slide of everything if you want to take a picture of this before the slides are up. And please don't do this all on your own. And with that, again, not malware. You guys need me to go back? Okay.
We'll leave this up for a while. There we go. But we have a ton of questions. So I wanted to jump into those.
Okay.
First of all, round of applause for our wonderful presenter. Let me find all the questions. Okay, where would you slot purple team on your team size? When do you think it's appropriate to maybe either start working with a separate purple team or maybe take on some of those tasks yourselves?
I would say around the mid-size CTI team. Yeah.
Very cool. Do you have any thoughts on management structure as your team grows? Where would you start having team leads or subject matter experts, or start bringing in even additional management?
I would say when you get to like 4 to 10, probably more closer to like the 6 to 10 is when you're going to need like team leads to kind of help organize that. When you're getting into separate managers, I would say probably the 10 plus.
A question from Nicole. Do you recommend any specific domain monitoring tools for smaller teams or one-person armies holding down their CTI fort?
I will get back to you on that one.
Well, it's on Slack. That's the
Yes.
great thing. It's pinned there so you can answer it. Yeah, some of these questions are hard to think of on the fly.
Yeah.
What do you think about cross-team exercises within the SOC when it comes to bigger teams? Is that something you would recommend?
I love cross teaming. I'm a big proponent of it. My last firm, we did it a lot. We would probably do like 6-month rotations where we can. And right now I have a smaller team, but I'm trying to get my analysts more involved in incident response. I have one here who does a lot of threat hunting. So
Very
big
cool.
proponent on cross teaming.
Awesome. And if there are questions in the audience too, raise your hand. Oh, I've got a question. Hang on, I'm going to run the mic over.
Yeah, I was typing it out, but this is easier. So nice overview of how threat intelligence scales and alters by size. I am curious because maybe it came up and I missed it, but third-party providers, like you think of a Mandiant, CrowdStrike, Dragos, or whatever producers or whatever of reporting and analysis. Do you think that only aligns at more advanced stages when you have more people to deal with it, or do you think that there's a market space potentially available, similar like what we've seen with managed SOCs and MSSPs and so forth, to have a third-party entity working as an intelligence provider for even small organizations?
I forgot that point, so thank you.
Okay.
I actually meant to mention it on like your smaller information security size team and maybe the 1 to 3 analysts, but looking for that managed service analysis. Especially if you're having a managed service provider for your incident response, it can be a package that's together. So you only have that one vendor, which would probably be easier, but that's usually when I would recommend it. So thank you.
All right, you've got a question that came in from Zoom. This also might be one. If you want to take time and answer it in Slack later, that's cool too. But since our Zoom folks might not be on the Slack, hypothetical situation here. What if you were a 3-analyst SOC and the federal police and cyber agencies are asking you to help them because you have more expertise than they do? So I guess Ron was from the crowd, but I think this comes towards the external engagement. And I know you talked about how once your team is growing is really when that external engagement becomes more viable. But what do you do in a situation, like this very hypothetical one, I'm sure, where maybe you're a small team, but that is one of a big requirement that's being asked of you. How might you restructure your team?
I would try to figure out what are your management expectations of you. Management expectations can always differ. It's very difficult because that can change from manager to manager as your CISO changes, et cetera. But I would say, if your manager's asking for it, go do it. But also kind of let them know that, hey, if I'm doing this, I may not be able to provide you as much in-house or security for your actual firm.
Absolutely. I think that's fantastic advice. All right, let's see if we've got any other questions coming in. How does the size of a team relate to maturity?
I really don't think it does, honestly. I think it depends on the size of your business. Some businesses are very mature, but they're never going to have the budget to have a larger team. They have a small business, so that's what they're going to do. They're not looking to have a bigger business. So I think it depends on how much intelligence is your team, your firm looking for, what type of information intelligence are they looking for. If they want long form reporting, that's great. If they don't push it on them.
And I've seen the opposite as well. I've seen people say like, cyber threat intelligence is so important. We're going to do this. We're going to do it right. We're going to hire 10 people right now. And they're all starting at the same time. And they have no SOPs and none of the structures. So that can happen too. Any
Right.
recommendations for that type of scenario?
Not necessarily run, but try to hire a couple of people who have started an Intel team so they can kind of help you as soon as they get there, be like, hey, I've already stood up multiple teams, so I have an idea of what we're looking for. Don't just go out and hire a lot of government people. I've been on teams where we all came from government and we were all trying to figure out the private sector together. So try to have a couple people who at least know the sector that are there first.
That is fantastic advice. Awesome. Thank you so much. There are a few more great questions in Slack. Answer whenever you have a chance.
I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to head into a break. Go out and, get some fresh air, get some drinks and snacks. If you're at home sitting at your computer, walk around as well. And we will see you back at 3:15 Eastern.
2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody, from our final break of the conference. We have a really nice one to bring us home. Would someone mind shutting the doors that's on that side if you don't? Thank you very much. We've had a lot of conversations, even just in the previous couple talks too, about threat intel management. We've seen questions around tactical management, strategic management of knowledge. So I think Doc Intel is a pretty exciting one to have Antoine come and give us the origin story and get us up to speed on, because it's a very hot and popular tool in teams right now. So without further ado, Antoine.
So hi everybody. So it's my pleasure today to introduce you to Doc Intel. First of all, a little bit about me, because apparently we are obliged to give a fun fact. So my name is Antoine. I've been developing code since I'm 4 years old, and I have a PhD in computer science and risk analysis. And the fun fact is I'm a student in a cook school, and I've been spending hours in ambulances over the last 10 years. Currently, I work at the Belgian defense, where I try to provide the best of my expertise. I think that I do not need to repeat that today, but it's still good to hammer the same nail. So cyber threat intelligence is key. It's becoming more and more important in organization, but we all face one problem, is that we get intelligence, or at least data, really, really fast, and at a volume, at a scale that is increasing. But we have a very mixed data that comes in. We have very technical data with malware analysis, but we also have very strategic data with like geopolitical analysis. And so we have specific needs as cyber threat intelligence analysts, and so we need specific tools. Most of the tools that we have today, they are focused on structured data and on technical indicators. I think that many presentations over these last 2 days have spoken about these structured data, the technical indicators, but we need the context. Most of the time, the yada yada that we have in reports, we need that at some point. And that's one of the key problems that we try to solve with Doc Intel. Among the challenges that we have, knowledge management is hard, but in particular, there are multiple problems that are specifically important for CTI teams. So the availability and the control of the information that we get, we need all our team members to access the threat reports, but we don't want other people to access those reports. So it's important to control that information. We also need to be able to search efficiently in all those reports, including with these obfuscated indicators. And that's where, for example, CTI has specific needs for tools. But we also have other problems like we need the information to be categorized, to be at least a little bit organized so we can find it back. We have experts that share their expertise with your organization, but we want to keep the knowledge they share because maybe at some point they will leave for another company, for another organization, but we still want to keep all the knowledge they have given to the organization over the years. Tracking the sources and how reliable they are is also very important for a good quality threat intelligence. And because of the volume, because of the speed, we want to automate as much as we can and reduce the workload on the analysts. I'm speaking about availability and control. We have reports everywhere. You will get back onto your organizations with the slide deck that have been presented over these 2 days. Those slide decks, they are not available on internet. You will probably not find it if you just Google, at least for some of them. You have all these vendors that are selling reports, and to access those reports, you need to connect to their portal and to search in their portal. That's fine if you only have one vendor, but if you have multiple ones, that's sometimes very painful. Then we have all folder on our workstation with reports in there. That's very hard to search in them, difficult to share with junior analysts that just joined the team, for example. So it's very time consuming to search in all these sources, and sometimes it's even impossible to search in all those sources. And searching, as I mentioned, we have specific needs. We want to search for exact phrases, sometimes for a moniker. We want to search for approximate terms, for example, with some threat names. Every vendor comes with a variation on that specific name. And we also want to search for obfuscated indicators. For example, if you have that IP address and you are looking for that one, you want to find the report that mentioned that IP address, even if it is obfuscated. And you want to find that efficiently and fastly. So what is DocIntel? DocIntel is a centralized knowledge base for your threat intelligence reports. The key objective is to make all the threat reports available to every member of the cyber threat intelligence team. To facilitate the search so you can find the information back and to encourage the collaboration between all the analysts. The goal is to replace the folder that we have that is named reports and to replace these vendor information portals that are painful to use. And the focus is really on context, not really on technical indicators. Most of the time, those reports are like the starting point of our investigations, and that's the focus of DocIntel. So 5 years ago, the organization I worked for, we were tracking all the reports that we received using an Excel sheet. And there is a better way because it's time consuming. You can only have one analyst that is opening the file at the same time. So it does not really work. It does not really scale. And we were looking for another solution. Nowadays, we have DocIntel. So that's the homepage of DocIntel, and that's my homepage. It's personalized to my need, to the specific tags that I'm interested in. I will dive into a little bit more details on how the information is structured. But from that page, I can go to the report, and then I can read the report directly in the web application. So I can see the title, I can see the summary that has been written by the analyst, I can see how it has been tagged and categorized, I can view the sources, I can view the rating of the source, I can view when it was ingested, when it was updated, and I can read the report all in one single interface. I can also view the structured data that has been extracted from the report. So for example, here we have a bunch of hashes. Those have been extracted from the document and they are readily available in the application. I can search for them. I can export them. I can export them to Excel so I can do the rest of my analysis. The key features of DocIntel are the following ones. The first and central feature is search and filtering on this search. So you can quickly find the relevant information you need to start your investigation, to start your analysis. The goal is to organize the knowledge, and we use tags for that to track and rate your sources, so you know where the information comes from, and to control the information, so not everyone has access to the same information. The key concepts are the following ones. At the core of DocIntel is the concept of document. A document is a bunch of files that are coherent. For example, you receive a PDF report with the CSV with a bunch of IP addresses, and you bundle all those files under a document. The document has a title, a description, and tags that will help you organize the information. So we use tags to organize the information, and we group the tags in coherent sets that we call facets. So a facet is a set of tags that is coherent. So for example, here we have a bunch of countries that are tags in the facet target country. So we use that to categorize a threat report that mentioned, for example, an attack targeting a specific country. So I can find back all the reports that mention an attack that has targeted a specific country. We have different facets, for example, here with software. All documents are written by sources, and we keep track of all those sources. We can read those sources. So we have junior analysts that can focus only on sources that have been vetted by the cyber threat intelligence team, for example. We have comments, and we use that in two different ways. The first way is that when you receive a report, sometimes you take action on the report. You share the report, you search in your SIEM, and you can record informally all those actions in the comment. We also use that to share the expertise. For example, if a report mentions a malware and you have a malware analyst that check the reports and say, okay, that's mostly correct, but they are missing that step or that step. Then they can record that as a comment, and that's knowledge that you keep even if that malware analyst leaves the organization. And then we have structured data, although it's not the focus of DocIntel, it is there and it's backed by Synapse. So you can reuse all their good work and just have it displayed in DocIntel. You can subscribe. It's very much like a YouTube. You can go to a tag or go to a source, and then you subscribe to that tag or that source, and you will receive tailored newsletter on a daily basis with the new reports that matches your subscription. Also, your homepage is personalized based on the subscription you have. So not all analysts see the same homepage. We have also role and permissions that allow you to control precisely what a user can do and cannot do. It's very fine-grained because in larger team, you have often much well-defined roles that are important to keep. We have a layer of automation using importers and scrapers that will gather the information and populate the database for you. And then we have groups that helps you control who can see the information. So you can release a document to a specific group and making sure that nobody outside the group will be able to see the document. If you can search on Amazon to find the right product, you can search on DocIntel. You have a search bar, and then you have filters that help you fine-tune your search. Exactly the same. You have a search bar, and you have filters that help you find the right report. So for example, here, you might be looking for Log4j, no idea why, has been popular some time. And then you have all these reports, and then you can fine-tune your research based on the tags that you have used when you encoded the document in DocIntel. Encoding the documents, it takes quite a long time. It's quite a workload for most of the team. And so DocIntel is there with a bunch of features to help you streamline that processing. So it will do its best to extract the metadata, the tags based on the keywords or regular expressions. So for example, if a report mentions a CV, then it will extract that information for you. It will also extract as much as it can on structured data like IP addresses or URLs or domains. But it's really like an air traffic control software. It's not there to replace the user, it's there to assist the user. So the user still has to review the information that has been extracted, so we ensure that we only have high quality registered documents. The rest of the presentation, I will just show you one of the use cases that we have. I think that many CTI teams do some sort of daily collection and processing. It's like reviewing what's going on today. So for example, you found a new articles and that articles is relevant for your organization. It's interesting for you. What you can do is just copy paste the URL of that blog post, give it to DocIntel, and then DocIntel will fetch the document for you. We'll try to remove the ads, the menu, and all that just to extract the content. And then it will pre-process the document and it will be available for you to register. So for example, here, that's the top item. It went to the internet, got the article, saw that a bunch of techniques were mentioned in there, a bunch of software were mentioned in there, and it's pre-processed the document for you. All you need to do now is to edit that. So for example, I can edit the title, I can add a small description about that report, I can check the tags, I can check the source, the classification. In that case, okay, it comes from internet, so it's unclassified and available to everyone. Then I can review all the observables, so all the structured data that's been extracted by the tool. So for example, here I can review the hashes, I can review the domains, and I can tell DocIntel, okay, that's a URL that I want to keep, and that is an URL that I do not want to keep, and I do not want you to ask me that later. So for example, Mendiant, okay, for us, not interesting to ingest, so I will just tell DocIntel, do not suggest any URL that matches that domain. So the system will learn the ones that you don't want in your collection, and it will not propose that again. So it makes the process more efficient over time. When it's fully registered, you can view the document, you can view all the structured information that you extracted, and it's available for you to search. So you can search for it and start your job. There is a little bit more, but in the time that I had, I could not present you all the features. It's a tool that we have been developing for 4 years. So for example, we have a bunch of features to automate your collection. So we support some commercial feeds that will be fetched automatically and fed into DocIntel directly. We support RSS feeds. So you can just add your RSS feed, and then DocIntel will go to the website, extract the content, generate a PDF, pre-process the document for you. So you can enjoy your coffee lazily. You can get lazy also because you can get notified for all the reports that come into the platform and that matches what you need. So for example, let's say that I'm interested in Chinese threats. I can subscribe to the tag source geography China, for example, and then I get a notification every time there is a report that has been added and that matches what I do. Of course, you have plenty of tags, and it might be painful for a new organization to generate all these tags. So you can import existing taxonomies, existing galaxies, or warning lists, or attack framework, or whatever. So it can pre-populate and help you bootstrap your effort using the tool. We integrate with different tools and different processes because there is a complete API that you can use to integrate with other scripts that your organization might be using. So you can push documents automatically into DocIntel or retrieve all the observables that were ingested over the last, for example, 2 days. You can control what the user can see and what the user can do. You have groups and classifications that help you fine-tune the dissemination of the information. And we have roles and permission that really helps you decide what the user can do and what the user can't. On top of that, there is a layer of security because we are in the field of cybersecurity. So we like to be sure that nobody is badly handling our data. So we have multi-factor authentication, we integrate with Active Directories, and we provide an extensive audit log so you can always review what a specific user has done in the application, what reports he has read, what reports he has downloaded. Under the hood, it's a significantly large C# application that uses the .NET framework. And for storing the information, it uses a Postgres database and a Vertex Synapse database that has been mentioned this morning that is used to store all the structured information. So if you already have such an instance running, you can just connect DocIntel to your existing instance. And when you are reading a report, if there are contextual information that is known in your Vertex Synapse instance, will be displayed. It's a free and open source application. So you can download the code, you can review the code, you can install it. We recommend Docker to just deploy the application. We have a bunch of users that are testing it. So feel free to test, feel free to report all the bugs that you find. And you can find even more information on our website. I also encourage you to join the Slack channel if you are interested by the tool. Yeah, so in a conclusion, that's an open source platform for storing, organizing, and searching in all your documents, mostly related to cyber threats. It will provide a searchable central repository for all these threat reports. It has been proven to improve the consolidation and the dissemination of the knowledge in our organizations. The tool has been built for the analysts, and they've used it for the last 4 years. The focus is on context, on all these yada yada, and on reports, not on technical indicators, which makes the platform a little bit different from other open source software. If you have any question, I will be really glad to answer them now. Also, feel free to ping me on Twitter or on the Slack or later this week. Thank you.
Be careful what you wish for. I did say you were going to commit to doing feature requests and having them implemented before you go back home.
We'll see that. We'll see
I
that.
don't know. I may have signed you up for too much. Okay, Gert-Jan has a question. How can the community help contribute to DocIntel?
I think that at the moment, the most important thing is feedback. So if you want to try the platform, install it, report the bugs, and share with me the use case you want to use for or you use it for, that's super helpful, because then we can maybe fine-tune the roadmap or fine-tune some of the features to better fit the needs and the processes of the various cyber threat intelligence teams. And I think that if we get feedback and we can integrate that in the tool, it can also benefit to many different other teams that could then benefit from that expertise. So yeah, install it, report issue, and provide feedback and use cases on the platform.
You mentioned other teams. Once the CTI team has this up and running, are there other stakeholders that have found it useful and leverage and the people and the users that you interact with?
You mean now? So yeah, we have different organizations that they've shown interest in DocIntel. I know they are running test instances. They are testing the tool and they are already providing feedback. So I can feel some traction there.
Okay. Question about MISP in particular. Could you describe the MISP integration and if it has the ability to push MISP IOCs?
So at the moment, it does not, but it's like on the top of the roadmap.
Next week?
Sorry?
Next week?
Maybe the week after. No, but I'm working closely with the MISP developers to make that work and to make sure that we can import the information that are in your MISP instance and also push the information that is in DocIntel to the MISP instance. Just to share an anecdote on that, that's an experiment we did in our organization just to cross-check how much IOCs were in reports, PDF reports, and how much were in our MISP instance. And it was about 50%. So from our experience, at least in some organizations like ours, you have much more information about the threats in all these PDF than just in structured data.
What was the sample size on that research?
Let's say that we have one of the first MISP instance. So our MISP instance is quite large.
Gotcha. Okay, we've got more questions here. Daniel's curious, is this an alternative to OpenCTI or how would you differentiate from OpenCTI?
Interesting question. Can I go to that slide? Yeah. So OpenCTI is mostly, it has a more focus on analysis. It provides like dashboards, fancy visualizations, and that analysis layer that it's not provided in DocIntel. But on the contrary, on DocIntel, you can really search for everything that is in all these PDF reports, all these even Word reports or text reports. And I'm not sure that it is possible in OpenCTI. And compared to other tools that might help you to do like full text search, the difference with like a grep is that DocIntel will do ranking of the results. So you will see, for example, recent reports on top of your search, because most of the time that's what you are expecting, rather than just, okay, it mentioned the keywords somewhere, but the report is like 8 years old.
Actually, that's a good question because someone was asking about retention rules. Can they retire reports that are in the database?
At the moment, no, because that's not a need that we felt. So we have some instances with like 60,000 reports, and there is no need to remove some of them. And you never know, maybe in 2 years, you will need some information that occurred like 3 years ago, and you want to find that information back.
Good. Okay. We'll go ahead and wrap up. There's a ton more. There's like very feature level questions as well that we didn't get into.
Yeah, I will make sure that
Yeah.
I check the Slack and answer those questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. We made it back. We have a lot of pieces moving during this afternoon of this summit. If we could get the slides advanced, or if we have the clicker, Becca, can I have that? I'm going to try to not fall off stage. I know we like having the clicker up there. So thank you so much. I'll have to catch that talk on replay. Wall talks have been happening in this room. In the other room, we've had a workshop going on, and this was a last minute addition. This little segment here, we were like, this is a really cool project. And I think the entire audience, including folks online, deserve to hear about it. So very last minute, I am excited to welcome the team from Microsoft to the stage. Please welcome Emily, Greg, and Simeon.
Does this one work? There we go.
Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you so much, Katie, for giving us the opportunity to share this project with the world, with everyone. I'm joined today with, my name is Simeon Kakbovi. I'm a threat intel analyst at Mystic at Microsoft. I'm joined today by Emily Hacker and Greg Schlomer and Deepika Purimuratne. We're working on KC7. KC7 is a game that we've been working on for several years that gives everyone access to cybersecurity data that looks like a real thing. You know, a lot of the times when we're trying to break into this industry, you need to build up specific analytical skills, right? But the only way really to build up those skills is by actually being in the job, because that's where you're going to get the data, right? So there's this deadly cycle between, you know, you need the job to get the skills, but you need the skills to get the job. And we thought, hey, how can we break that? And so we built a tool that will actually generate realistic cybersecurity data that looks like the real thing. And we've been gamifying it to allow students to learn how to hunt like analysts and how to look at full end-to-end intrusions. And we actually joined, you know, we took this game and went out to high schools and colleges and middle schools. And we've been working with students to teach them cybersecurity. We've had great success. We've had great and overwhelming feedback from the students. And, you know, we did this as part of that. We did a hackathon as part of the experiment. And one of the places we went to was Montgomery College in Maryland. And we did it with a class of business students. And one young lady came up to us halfway through and she said, hey, this is really cool and this is really fun. And I'd like to do this for a living. And this is Deepika Purimuratne's that young lady, right? And she's been working with us, and she actually came and helped us with the workshop today. So really cool example of like, you know, becoming full circle and how that works. If you wanted to say a word really quick.
Yeah, so I'm a business major. I don't have any really formal knowledge in cybersecurity or programming or anything like that. I did like a few classes in middle school. That was it. And so when I learned about the program that they taught us, I immediately was like intrigued with it. It was like a big puzzle of logic, and I like loved finding all the pieces and pivoting through the data. And it wasn't just like this is like definition, like all that stuff. It wasn't just like a very service level thing. I really loved actually like working with the program, working with the data, like stuff that I probably would have never otherwise found online. And so I really appreciate the opportunity that you guys gave.
Thanks so much, Deepika. And Deepika's brilliant, right? So we're just tooting our own horn with her, but she would have never known about cybersecurity or thought it was for her, except for the experience. And she's brilliant. I would recommend you all come and hire her. But the whole point is that we want to give everyone that opportunity who would have thought, hey, the cybersecurity industry is not for me, until they do this and they realize, hey, I could actually be good at it. Right. And that's what the whole point of this effort is. I'll pass it over to Greg to talk more about, what we're actually.
Thank you, Simeon. Yeah, so the whole idea for KC7 was really born out of making cybersecurity accessible. All of us sitting in this room know that it's not an easy field to get into. I mean, there's a lot of like-minded people working in the industry. There's a lot of people from similar backgrounds. And we sat down together and thought, what can we do to bring more diverse people and diverse minds into this world? And so we started building KC7 specifically for HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities. Why HBCUs? Well, in a lot of cases, they're under-resourced institutions. We look at a lot of the existing cybersecurity training on the market, and you need fancy computers. Can we count on there being fancy computers in every classroom in the United States and in the world? No. So we built a program that only needs a browser and an internet connection. A lot of these training platforms that exist today are also very expensive. We can't count on educational institutions to have the money to pay for these things, especially when they don't know really what the outcome will be. So KC7 is totally free. And then finally, no fancy setup procedures. As everyone in the room who participated in our workshop can attest to, all you need to do is log in and the data's there, and you can start pivoting and hunting. So we've talked a lot about KC7. What is it exactly? Well, it's a simulated but very realistic intrusion data set. And the way that it works is we simulate a company. That company has some number of employees, and then we simulate threat actors that are targeting the company. The key here is that it's all very threat actor focused. So Simeon and Emily and I are Mystic analysts, and we spend our day looking at threat actors and following adversaries. And so in the data, we can model very particular actors that have specific techniques and TTPs and themes. And then we challenge students or anyone who's looking to break into cyber to use real tools and real data to practice cybersecurity analysis. So you go to the next slide, Simeon. Everything takes place in Azure Data Explorer. It's Microsoft's cloud analytics platform. We work for Microsoft. We're not trying to sell ADX, right? This is all totally free and open source. You could use the data in anything. But the key is we want to give students experience to real tools, right? It's not some sandbox environment where you can just say like, hey, like this is fun and cool, right? You're using the real tools. We use ADX at Mystic to do security analysis every day. And so we can go in, here's a picture of some 8th grade students in Kentucky, of all places, doing cybersecurity now, cybersecurity analysis through KC7 and ADX. I'm going to pass it over now to Emily to talk a little bit about some of the things that we have here.
So this is an example of the type of intrusion that you can model using KC7. So you can have, it does. You can have, people in your team who are new can learn this type of intrusion. Students can learn this. And if you are, trying to get into the industry, you can learn this. And it's a really common intrusion. And so you can see how this would help you. So people that went through our workshop just got to experience this exact chain of events. And what it actually starts with is you just knowing that there is a malicious file. But when you actually look at the whole data, it all chains together, and it goes all the way from the recon stage where you can see your actor looking at your organization's website to try and get information about how they can target you, how they can successfully target your employees, to sending the malicious emails containing malicious documents that lead to malware and then actually lead to a variety of actions on objectives. So in this case, as you can see, the actions and objectives in this one are leading to ransomware. Very common, something that we're going to want our analysts to be able to track down. And that's not even where it ends. This is not the only chain of events that you can actually find in this data. There's a whole second attack chain that you can have your analysts train on after they finish that one that involves a password spray. So you can see a password spray happening against your realistic but fake employees. You can see a credential phishing campaign happening against your fake employees. And so by the time you've gone through all of the different KC7 scenarios, you have learned so many different ways of thinking about this analytical way to think, to chain together different events to find exactly what happened against your organization.
Yeah. So we went to Kentucky and Greg said we did this with 8th graders up to high schoolers and seniors at Fayette County. And at the end, during this event, right, they were so amped up that they wouldn't go to lunch. We're talking about kids. We spent 6 hours. We said, you're going to sit down on your laptop and you're going to work on Crusto queries in Microsoft Cloud, just writing queries. And they were having so much fun. It was incredible. We couldn't believe what was happening. We did a survey at the end. Before the event, 56% said they were somewhat interested or extremely interested in cybersecurity. 94% at the end said they were at least somewhat or very interested in cybersecurity. And so we have a room full of students who have this interest and ability to join our industry, right? You know, we're always talking about how do you recruit people into industry. We have a room full of kids who are captivated. And the answer is, how can we get them into your organization? How can we get them better skilled, better trained, right? And to join us to sit right here in one of these seats right here, right? And that's the mission of KC7 and what we're trying to do. So,
Yeah, and I'll add quickly, we had a discussion in the workshop with hiring managers. Is this working? Okay. We had a couple of hiring managers in the room and we asked, you know, what are you looking for? How are you measuring talent, especially in undergrads or people who have just graduated? And they brought up some great ideas, but imagine if there are any hiring managers here, imagine you can sit down with a student and not just ask them like, hey, you know how to pivot, but actually watch them do it, right? Like they can look at a realistic intrusion data set. There's no legal or privacy concerns, no NDAs to sign. And you just say, hey, let's have a conversation. Let me watch you hunt. Tell me what you're finding. I'll ask you questions. You can ask me questions. Like there's no better way to assess whether someone's ready to come to your organization. And looking again at this 94% value, right? Like from 56 to 94%, the only thing that these students did was spend 5 hours doing what we all do, doing cybersecurity analysis. And by the end of it, almost every single one of them wanted to step into this career field. So imagine, this isn't a skill issue. It's an access issue. These students in Kentucky would never have had this opportunity. And we're looking to change that. We want every classroom in the world to be teaching cybersecurity analysis hands-on in this way. So if you're excited about this, we want you to join us, right? We want to help get this out there. And we want more students to have opportunities like Deepika to realize that this is where they want to be.
And this is useful for students as well. So that's our main mission is reaching students, especially from underrepresented populations. But KC7 can also help you, right? If you have a team of SOC analysts who are first years, they can help you upskill those analysts and teach them those analytical skills. If you're trying to get into CTI, right? This is actually probably the best suited for that. We actually have this loaded into a Synapse instance. We talked about Synapse earlier. We loaded this data into Synapse instance, and it is beautiful for threat tracking and pivoting across activity. So it's a mostly used data set, right? But our main mission is get into as many hands as possible and be able to get more people into the door of our video industry. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you so much to Katie and SANS for hosting us and helping us get the word out there.
All right. Thank you all so much for that last impromptu, last moment talk. If you're interested in KC7, and the team's going to be hanging out for a little bit, kc7cyber.com. You can find them on Twitter as well. As we mentioned, we had a workshop here on site. And so my lovely assistant, Lillian Tang, who's an amazing human, is going to help me out. Hold your applause. We have the top 3 winners. We kind of had a competition as well, though the goal was learning. So in 3rd place, we had D Dwyer 93. In 2nd place, Greg Moore. And in 1st place, what's his face? So please come up and choose a prize from Lillian. Applause for all of them. I think our number one player can choose their prize. The prizes are 2 puzzles and then a signed copy of Chris Sanders' book, Intrusion Detection Honeypots. So again, thank you so much to everyone who participated in those workshops. All right, now I'm going to welcome up Rick and Rebecca as we start to close out this year's CTI Summit. I think I've forgotten how to conference in person. We can share a mic, Rebecca. I'm happy to share the mic with you. What are your thoughts after 2 full days?
I'm really excited to go back home and start using some of these tools. I've never played around with Synapse, although everyone I know has told me I should, so I'm going to. And and I also want to check out Doc Intel. So I learned a lot, and it kind of got me re-excited, and that spark that every once in a while I think goes away when you spend too much time doing the same old, same old. My spark is definitely back, and I've got some great ideas on how even I want to mess around with some of these tools.
I'm just glad to be in person for this event again. I mean, everyone I've talked to in the hallways or at meals and stuff like that, or wearing snuggies and whatnot, is enjoying meeting people, kind of comparing notes on stuff. Hopefully you've made some contacts that you can, I mean, we were just talking 9 years later, good friends, help each other out, that sort of stuff. Hopefully you can have those types of relationships or build on the existing ones that you've had. From a content perspective, let's go back to Sierra's comment, like the system, like we have the full system, full spectrum system here. See what I did there. But we had tactical talks, we had strategic
Military
talks.
nerds.
We had programmatic, Sydney's talk on how to set up your programs for the different levels of maturity. I like that talk a lot to help people understand, ideas on what you should do in their program. So I've got a lot of takeaways for me.
Yeah, I look forward to going through all those slides that will be posted. The talks will be posted in coming days and weeks. We have to, of course, take a moment to thank everyone involved. If you've ever put on a conference like this, you know that like we have the easiest job, right? We just come up here. So take a moment. The AV has been kind of amazing. So
Yeah, bravo.
applause. Brady and Mark on audio, Juan, Patrick, Tom on slides, and Tom on tunes. For anyone in person, the music was really good. So thank you, Tom. The Summit team, like all the people who were answering all those questions in Slack, Allison, Emily, Corrigan, Jen, Sarah, Jessica, Kate Marshall, the solutions folks, Kate Nett, Sal, Tillany, Ashley, Tim, our amazing advisory board, right? We have a call for proposals. We choose awesome talks. Lillian Tang was amazing. She just helped me with prizes and shared our virtual track as well. Gert, Jan, Ryan, Lena, Scott, Samara, and of course we have to thank our sponsors, right? We all know events like this wouldn't happen with them either. Hopefully you had a chance to kind of chat with folks there. I know they're breaking down, but might have some leftover swag. Thank you so much to Threat Quotient, Dragos, Live Action, Intel 471, Nozomi Networks, Interpress Security, CrowdStrike, Rural Technology Fund, Anomaly, Threat Connect, and Extra Hop. And then of course, all of our speakers. One last plug for those evaluations. Speakers put in a lot of time and effort to these slides, to these talks. So please let them know what you thought. And last but not least, my fellow co-chairs and to all of you online and in person. It is wonderful to be back in person, but I think it's also great that we have people around the world watching and listening. And I love that we ended on the KC7 note because, right, it's great for you, those of you who are here in the room, but who else can we bring into the room, right? And that's, I think, a great note to end on. I think we have one other note. If you really love CTI, please take our CTI survey. You like prizes, you like Amazon gift cards, right? We really love talking to people in this community and hearing about how you're practicing CTI. And so all of you practitioners, please take this survey. Rebecca and I are going to present the results later. We can't present results if no one takes the survey. So I will also give you a high five if you take it. That's an added bonus. And I bet Rebecca will as well. Is there anything else? What am I forgetting? I think that's all we've got, folks. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Take care. We hope to see you in the future.
We want to take a picture with the speakers and advisory board members that are here. So if you could go to the front, go to the front.